I'm a gun-toting patriot, God-fearing patriot. Bryson, why they mad? Cause I'm real and they be faking it. Free speech advocate, it's on my mind, I'm saying it. I'm about to buy another gun and ain't nobody taking it. Gun-toting, Bible reading, God believing, truth speaking American. This MAGA season, Democrats committing treason. I know they think it's sweet, but you don't know who you dealing with. This for free thinkers only. You ain't got no membership. They free. General Flint out the cage, cause he innocent. Barton Roger Stone, cause the run know that he innocent. We need to kick out every single illegal immigrant. Mandatory voter ID laws we need to implement. Tell Justin Smollett that I know this MAGA country. Tell China we know they.
Hello, everybody. How are you guys doing tonight? I'm going to head over to the comments and say hello to everybody. The Real Firecracker 16. Welcome. John Marciano. Hello, everyone. Hopefully Jimmy can give input. Yeah, I love it when Jimmy comes on. But everybody is welcome. The link is at the top of the chat. Jenny S. Welcome. Hello. GG for GB. Yo, I was waiting for you last week when I was talking about the money stuff and the banking and the fiat system, because you've mentioned it on a previous stream. And I made that stream hoping that you would join, but I don't think you did. So we're going to have to touch on that a little bit. I have some questions for you and some comments too, some thoughts about that. Jay is in the chat. Hey, Jay. Rosie JS. Hello. Hey. Oh, the Real Firecracker. I don't know if you want me to refer to you as that or if you have a name that you would like to share with me. I can call you by your real name if you want, or your username. Doesn't matter, but it's kind of a real long name. I'll just call you Firecracker. Yes, I saw your tweets and your email. So I did receive your email and the link that you sent me to watch. I have not watched it yet, but I did click on it. So I just have to watch that. And I am going to, oh, I see your comment here. You say still fading, fire is fine. Ooh, okay. Very nice. Yes, I have to actually watch the video. Okay. So give me 1 second. My battery is about to die. So I am going to put, let me see what I can put here. Where is this? Okay. I'm still trying to figure this out from my laptop because I'm so used to being on my desktop. Wow, what a difference. Okay, I'm going to put this and I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. I'm going to give a quick update to everyone. You will love it. Yeah, I mean, okay. One thing that I did want to tell you, when you had quoted me on Twitter, you said that you saw something of me like not in saying something not in favor of Trump, and that you rolled your eyes and went and that you just, kept, like disregarded. And then you came back around when you saw, I guess, my Twitter or like other streams. I wanted to ask you, That's kind of interesting. I don't know how I feel about Trump. I mean, I've been really vocal about that. I kind of feel like I like, I want to break away from the two party system. And we talk about that a lot here. So I wanted to talk to you a little bit about that. Um, yes, I wish you could remember as well, because I try to give a reason. You know what I mean? I try to give reason. I always invite people to join the stream if they want to by clicking the link at the top of my chat on my channel, because I'm streaming simultaneously from both channels. But I always want to try and invite people from different backgrounds of the political spectrum so that we can discuss that. Because I never really considered myself Republican, never really put on an identity like that. I just kind of fell in love with politics, a little obsessed with it, since I am no longer a JW. And now we can actually be opinionated. So the whole point of why this was born was because now we can actually talk about these things. So I'm not afraid to talk about that. But at the same time, I'm still doing research and I'm still trying to find myself politically. And I know that that kind of also goes hand in hand with getting getting a life or a personality out of coming the cult, because you're still trying to learn yourself, right? So it's kind of like that. I'm learning myself, like who I am in society, who am I? It's like all of these identity crises that you go through after leaving such a high controlled religion or society or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So I'm still trying to find myself. And let me see your comments here. Too bad he called himself in the Republican Party. So many rhinos. Okay, you see what I'm saying? And I just learned what those terms mean. So now I'm trying to identify. So who would you say is a rhino? Like, give me an example, right? And then I kind of found maybe what a rhino might mean in terms of like a person. And I would say, in my opinion, Lindsey Graham, at first he was really, I thought he was really on top of things and he was saying the right kind of things after COVID, I think. Or was it before COVID? I don't know. But it was like after the whole COVID situation is when I realized how many people I thought were really conservative and Republican and they were not. And I am interested to know or find out if there are the opposite of what a rhino is in the Democratic Party. So I'm interested in finding that out. But I haven't really found a leftist that is willing to hop on stream with me and discuss the other side. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm so focused on this side, because this is where where I found myself to begin with. So I'm like digging really deep in the history of this party and the history of politics and things like that. And so that's exactly what I'm going to talk about tonight, switching parties. Some people have actually completely switched. And that brought me to the two women that I put on the thumbnail. One woman her name is Gloria. I forgot her last name. And then the other one is Tulsi, because that's what it reminded me of. I said, so if people are considered rhinos or something similar to what a rhino is in politics, why don't they just switch, right? Like, why don't you just be who you really are politically and just register as that? And then split that vote that's supposed to go to the two parties. Why don't you go a third way or a fourth way or a fifth way? You know what I'm saying? So thanks to Lucy in the chat. Hi, Lucy. I was just about to bring you up because thanks to Lucy, I was able to mentally break away from that two-party system when she showed me the free and equal presidential elections. And that's when I really found out, okay, at least there's somebody out there who's giving the time and the energy to other people who are running for office. And then that's what got me into, okay, who's running for president in the Libertarian? And then they had the Green Party. I didn't really know much about that one, but I knew about the other ones. And then the Constitution Party. And then that's where I found myself. So thanks to Lucy, I have finally found that I am a constitutionalist deep down inside. I'm not a Republican. But yeah, I would have to change my party soon. So I switch my party and we're going to talk about that. I don't know. Do you think I should switch my party. I don't know. I think the deadline passed for me, but I'm still thinking about it. You know what I mean? Like I'm seriously debating whether I should just go third party full blown. Yes. Okay, Fire says, "You are doing so much better than me." Girl, this is why I started this show, okay? Because I don't feel like I'm doing better. I just feel like we need to continue educating ourselves because all of us should be opinionated enough to at least start talking, you know what I'm saying? And then make that final decision on the ballot. You know what I'm saying? So I like to get the opinion of my community, right? Because this is the community that I interact with most. And yet the XJW community never really talked about things in this way before, at least in my experience. I don't know if you guys know of anybody else who's talking about politics like the way I do. I don't know. I think I'm kind of crazy. But yeah, it's almost like taboo. Like I don't know. But I refuse to think that way, and I am gonna turn up the heat. Fire says yes, right, but the parties are changing. That's another thing. That kind of scares me a little bit. But that's why I don't really like labels, right? That's why I just say I identify more with what this party or person is saying because deep down inside, I'm American. So I don't really care about parties or labels. I care about what the Constitution says and what being an American really means. So that's what's important. Gloria stuff. No, that's not her name. Let me see. What's her name? Let me see. And I have it here. I'm going to share it in a second. But I don't know if they write her name here. No clue what her name is. But as soon... Okay, Gloria Romero. Okay, we're going to talk about her from California. And somebody, you know who you are, emailed me because I don't remember. I think it was Marianne email. I don't know if you're in the chat or watching right now, but I saw your email and you told me to talk about this. So I finally got around to talking about this. She sent me this video. And I remember watching it when it came out. And I was like, oh, I'm definitely going to talk about this because it's kind of shocking when you see that in the news, right? Like this long time Democrat or Republican or whatever is switching. And it's like, what does that mean? How does that make you feel? And certain things like that, because it makes me feel a little weird. And I don't know why. King Tony's in the chat. Hello. Yes, girl, click the link so that we can do this update. Because I wanted to do this update, but I wanted to do it with Tony. So I'm going to get into an update before we start getting into like the nitty gritty. Because I have that video and then I wanted to share Tulsi Gabbard's experience when she changed parties. And then I want to talk about whether or not we should change parties because I think it's time to break out of that two-party system. Fire says there shouldn't be two parties. We should just rely on what the person stands for. I agree with that. Totally agree with that. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with the party itself, right? You should be able to register, you know, with whoever and whatever. But the thing with me is that you see how you said before that they are changing. I don't like that. If you are a conservative party or you are a progressive liberal or you are green or you are, you know, whatever it is that you are, then be what you are. Like, is that too hard? Is that too hard? Or is it just me? Am I being naive that there's so much corruption and that people lie and that they never show their true faces in public? I don't know. Maybe it's me because I can't live a lie anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like it goes along the same lines of being a JW. It's like, how can I, right, be mentally not like out, right? I'm not living that life. I don't want to do that. But you're physically still going, right? Isn't that torture? It's a little torturous, right? I feel for people who are in that position. That's how I feel. I'm like, how can I call myself a Republican and I'm not I'm not that. And I cannot align myself with the mainstream people who call themselves Republican, and then they don't stand for what the party is supposed to be for. Like, I don't know. It's really confusing for me, and I don't know how to like explain that. I don't know how to. I don't know, but I hope I'm making sense because I don't know. Milton threw me for a loop. Okay, Hurricane Milton passed, and I'm gonna give that update as soon as Tony comes. If she doesn't come in like 5 minutes, I will just go ahead and do it myself. But Hurricane Milton threw me for a loop. So for this is the second week that I have not been able to go home yet. So at the same time of processing our situation after Milton, I'm still trying to stay focused on this election. Okay. I don't care what these people do. I don't care how many hurricanes come through. I don't care if the weather is being manipulated or not, because there's a bunch of conspiracy theories about that. And that could be a whole different stream in itself. But I don't care how many times they try to distract us from this election. I'm not going to be distracted. We only have a few days left and we need to stay focused. Okay. And my heart goes out to those places who that were devastated by Helene and Milton, because to me, and I'm gonna just say it, I believe the theory that the weather was manipulated in the South to, I don't know, go through Republican areas, red areas, and that those people will not be able to vote in time, because the place has been devastated. I think that it is election interference. I'm not gonna dive into it. I'm just saying that's just how I feel. Because why else would everything be going down in shambles right before the election? Why does everything go down the drain in an election year? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's always some type of chaos in America every 4 years. So it's like you should expect something to happen if it's an elections year. Why? Is that the psyop? Like, is that what it is that they want? They don't want us to vote or get involved or whatever, or they just don't want peace. So there's going to be like a perpetual chaos all the time. Like, we can never just enjoy life. Like, what is this? What I hate it here. I hate it here. I don't know. My mind is going 1,000 miles an hour. So I don't know. Fire says, I'm so thankful for you. I'm thankful for you guys too, because you guys help me see things in a different way, because I don't really have anybody in person that I can actually talk about the theories with and not be called crazy and have people like Jimmy. And we got somebody here. Hi, Gigi.
Huh.
How's it going?
Good. I heard you had some questions, but that's a good subject about switching parties. We can talk about that. And
yeah. Okay. So, really quickly about the whole fiat system and the central banking, because I already talked about that last week. But I wanted to ask you, since nothing is backed by gold and everything is fake and digital money nowadays, then is money even real?
well, I'm going to show you a video that I made. No volume. It has no volume, but in it explains all of the markets. So if you look, of all of the money that exists in the world, silver amounts to 1 square. But cryptocurrency, it amounts to a few more squares, right? Let me hit the volume. Yeah. And then the military spending, we spend more in money in military than all the silver that exists. See, because it's a little square, and we keep going into all of these things. So coins and banknotes, all of the money that's in circulation all over the world, that's how many squares you see. And I'm going to answer your question right now. The federal balance sheet, we know it's high. How many billionaires exist in the world? That's how much money exists. That's how much money allegedly is in gold, not counting what the Vatican has. Okay. And then here's the Fortune 500, these, the Magnificent Seven, and the stock markets. So there's a lot of money out there. And this is kind of giving you an idea of, now the money supply is all the money in your computers, they're digits, and when you go to the ATM and it's just a digit, it's just on a computer screen. And so when we get the United States debt and the global debt, you start seeing all of these Governments, they have a lot of debt. All of those, remember, each square represents all of the silver that exists. So this is the wealth, the residential wealth, commercial wealth, and agriculture wealth. Now check this out. We're going to go into where it gets scary here. So this is all the wealth that exists in the world. North America, Europe, that's a lot of squares. Okay. This is what people are crying about. So you're saying, Gilbert, why is everyone crying about the debt? And it has to do with the word called derivatives. And a lot of it has to do with the stock market. Here it is. So before I show you what the derivative is, what it basically means is this. Let's say, Ruby, I lend you $1,000. You lend me $1,000, right? And we sign a piece of paper, but you're short on money. So you go, hey, Jimmy Bell, Gilbert owes me $1,000 and I got this piece of paper. Will you give me $1,000? And he gives you some money. But then Jimmy Bell needs to borrow some money and he'll call Dan Clark and then he'll call Rick Farron. And everyone just keeps moving this paper around from one person to the next. And who knows what denomination that has. So that's called, the word will come to me right now, hypothecation, where you just keep creating these loans, that really don't exist. It basically boils down to just me. If I don't pay the loan, then Jimmy's going to be mad at you. Dan Clark's going to be mad at Jimmy, and so forth. So now let's go into see how much derivatives is out there. And then now you can see the problem we have with derivatives.
And what is that? Like, what does that mean?
Remember I was explaining to you about the debt, the paper debt. There's a lot of paper debt going on. And so what happens is so when you see when you see, like right now, there's another thing. Let me see. Let me close that out, remove from studio. And I'll just put this one last thing here. What you just saw in derivatives, here it says that basically, let's say you have a store, ABC store, let's just call it Circle K or 7-Eleven. It trades for $20. But you can actually buy $2,000 worth of that stock for an equity options, let's say $150. So you're betting a $2,000 bet, but you only have $150. Now, when you saw the video that I showed you about those little derivative squares, it's like a tsunami. Usually a tsunami will come and it'll hit like Florida or it'll hit LA, but it'll only go like, say, a tenth of a mile, a half a mile at the most inland. Well, when this thing bursts, you know how you hear the bubble pops, the bubble's going to burst. This thing is so huge. It's so huge that it literally can wipe out a continent, the tidal wave. Imagine a tidal wave. So what the people are crying about, and you hear it on YouTube, you hear people explain it, and you're like, well, those guys are just crazy. They're talking about that the numbers are so great. People are betting with money that doesn't exist. Imagine going to Las Vegas and everyone's betting, but the money doesn't exist. And even if you were, right, they couldn't pay you because it's, yeah. And so what happens is eventually it implodes on itself. And so what the people are saying is that this has gone out of control to such a level that in that video, it talks about where it reaches quadrillions. That's after trillions. That's 1,000 trillions. And some even speculate that it's even more than that, that it's in the double digit, like over 10 trillion. So what we're talking about is numbers that just don't exist, And so the good news about a crash like this is that the very next morning, the sun comes up and the sun will go down, the sun will come up. Life will go on. But for a lot of people, when you went to school and you heard about the stock market crash, a lot of people were jumping out of skyscrapers, killing themselves. The amount of debt. So this is what you're hearing right now about the debt, and you're hearing people talk about the derivatives, is that it's unsustainable. It's like a Ponzi scheme. It's just you've lent too much, you borrow too much, You created money that are just digits on a computer screen, and you see
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's fake. It's not real.
correct. And so then, so just like for example, my computer might go out right now. So what do I need to do? I need to go buy a new battery and do a reset. That's
Mhm.
basically what happens. Now it happens all the time. Every year, a different country has to have a reset, and they have a new currency. You see people all the time showing you, old paper, new paper, but it's never
Mhm.
happened in the United States in recent years. It's happened before where we transition from one paper to another. Um, but the point is that when it happens to us in America, the amount of paperwork, the amount of debt is so huge. It literally is a tsunami of biblical proportions. It is Noah's Ark. It's that huge of a flood,
Mhm.
and the consequences are just devastating. So nobody on earth would be safe. And so this is like biblical. I'm not saying this has to do with the Bible. I'm just saying that this is
Mhm.
biblical in that thousands of years from now, when people look back in history, they'll say, back in the year 2020, there was a bunch of crazy guys called Americans, and they did this.
Mhm.
They pulled off, they pulled off the greatest heist, the greatest Ponzi scheme that
Mhm.
ever existed. And but we shouldn't be
Well,
afraid. Never be afraid, because the sun will come up in the next morning. So be fine.
yeah. I don't. That's another good thing that my mom kind of raised me. She was like, "Don't care about material things, live a simple life and stuff like that." So I never really had that fear of like not having anything, because my mom would just say, "Oh, pray to Jehovah." Jehovah will provide. So that mentality kind of just stuck with me. But now that I'm thinking in terms of real life, in the real world, where we have to go to work and earn money and buy things, and we can't rely everything on God or Jehovah, we actually have to earn and work for what we have. And paradise is not coming anytime soon, so we can't just live our lives with, in poverty, thinking that that's okay, because it's not. But that's the JW mind frame, you know what I'm saying? So I'm moving away from that. But then when I learned about the fiat system, when I learned about the central banking and how we are controlled, we can't trade, right? We can't pay things, or what we have to use the dollar, certain things like that. Or we have to do a debit card with a freaking chip, and now everything's digital. That it's kind of demonic to me. And like, I don't mean literally, but to me, it's like I want to go back to colonial times. Sometimes I'm kind of like that, old school in everything.
Mhm.
But when you were talking about JFK and the $5 bill, I think you said, or something that he printed himself. Can
And
you
Link-
explain that? Because I don't understand what you meant by that.
so it started basically with Lincoln. There was like about 1,600 banks, and they were all printing money, because the
Mhm.
federal government, and like Jimmy rightly said, Andrew Jackson, $20 bill. Hell no, we're not. The United States is not a bank. The founding fathers knew we're not going to get in the banking business, because we're crooks. That's what we do. You don't want the government being a bank. Okay, so make a long story short, there's about 1,600 banks, and they were all printing money. They're saying, hey,
Mhm.
Rudy, we'll give you this piece of paper that we don't have to have all of this gold in your pocket. About 700 of them were just toilet paper. So what happens is, Lincoln said the correct thing. He was right that here these banks are printing money, but they don't have to build roads. They don't have to hire armies. They don't have to have ports and allow for trade and the inspections of the boats. Who's going to pay the workers? So the government has to do all the work, but the bank is going to print the money and have all that privilege. And so Lincoln's like, no, 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 no. I'm going to have that privilege. I'm going to print the money, and I have every right to. And also because, as you have babies and immigrants come in, the population grows up. You need more paper for all of the people, because
Mhm.
there's a thing, it's called money supply. So
Mhm.
so in a sense, even though I understand both arguments, where the government does have that right to create the paper, and I understand the other argument too. So JFK comes along, and JFK does the same thing. He prints a $5 bill that says United States Treasury, giving the middle finger to the Federal Reserve, and says, I don't need you guys. I don't need you
Mhm.
guys to print money, and then I have to pay you interest, and you're the one that's going to decide how much money I'm going to print. And so JFK says, I'm president, I'm going to print X amount of money and I'm going to fund, and I don't need, and Donald Trump is talking about the same thing with taxes. You don't need to have an IRS where everybody's filling out forms at the end of the year. No, why?
Mhm.
Because the government prints the money. It's just the IRS, and the filling out of forms is just a scam. It really is. It's a way to keep the culture in check, everybody, subservient to the government. But at the end of the day, the government just prints the money. They don't really care what form you filled out. They don't care. It's just a bureaucracy. Is they have a system of government, and everybody
Mhm.
accepts that system of government. So all I'm saying is that JFK and Lincoln got killed, and they were two presidents that bypassed the banks. And here we have
Mm.
Donald Trump says there will not be a central bank digital currency, because in 2024, paper notes are obsolete when you have a cell phone, and you can do transactions via your cell phone. Well,
Mhm.
that's what's called, a lot of it people call central bank digital currency, which basically is a Visa card, a MasterCard on steroids on your phone. And the government does everything on your phone.
Mhm.
Biblical or anything, but the point is Donald Trump says no. He said it, and you saw that clip where Vivek Ramaswamy, he made a promise to him. But the point is this. The point is, the reason they hate Donald Trump is because the CBDC is the transition. See, this is how they're going to get how are you going to get 330 million Americans into a new system of paper? Because if I
Mhm.
change the color of the green paper to blue, people are going to be freaking out. Like, no, the people won't accept it. So you have to do a transition, like the religions do, or governments do, or businesses do. You do a transition that's very soft, and nobody knows what you just did. It's
Mhm.
Yeah, and so what's the best way to do a transition? Well, to say, Ruby, you have $10,000 in the bank. Um, we're going to get rid of that, but we'll still give you the 10,000 if you just put it on your card. You see, and if you don't, then next month we're only going to give you 9,500, and the next month it's going to be 9,000. So they force everybody slowly into the transition. Why?
Mhm.
Because the paper US dollar is dead, and it's a new dollar. Just like in Mexico, Mexico has the new peso today, but the old peso is still around, but in behind the scenes in the stock market, where the governments talk about the old peso, but the new peso is what everybody carries around. So
Mhm.
so that's pretty much it in a nutshell. I don't want to get too, but that's what right now what we're in is the government is bankrupt. We all know it. So you have to transition, because look at this. Let's say I can't pay you anymore to work for me. Are you going to
Mhm.
show up to work? No. Well, this is why it's so important to be able to transition, because if you can't pay all of the federal government workers money, then they lose power. They have to have
Mhm.
a perfect transition.
Mhm.
A perfect transition.
Okay, so last question, because I keep hearing this about Donald Trump, that he raised the debt. And that's kind of like an issue every single election, in politics and stuff like that. But if we're talking about digital currency or digital numbers, and you know how in Union Square and in New York City, they have
Yeah.
I think that's the debt number, right? Is that it?
Mhm.
But what does that mean? And him raising that ceiling, what does it mean, or what does it matter if it's not real? It's fake. Like, it's just numbers. It's just digits.
Well, it's fake, but it's also not fake, because governments buy our debt, our treasuries, and they get paid interest. Your 401k is solvent, and your pension check is solvent. You get a pension check because the government is paying that interest. We're now at a point where we can't even afford to pay the interest. That's where we're going to be getting at. And so then now everybody, this is why it's so important, because then this is where you have inflation, where you're still going to get, like Ron Paul says, you're still going to get your $2,000 Social Security check. You're still going to get your pension check. It's just you're not going to be able to buy a loaf of bread. And this is the beautiful thing, because I was watching PBD, Patrick David Valuetainment today, and they were talking about how, $20 an hour, people working at hamburger stands, and the prices of
Mhm.
hamburgers are going up. And then here in Phoenix and Glendale, Arizona, they're trying to pay people $40 an hour for, like, if you work in the hospitality industry and there's a concert because they want in on the action. But the point is this: everyone is complaining about the greedy company. Everyone's complaining about the $20 here and the minimum wage. When really is the bankers are laughing. The federal government is laughing because you're blaming everybody, but you don't blame the people who are causing it, the Federal Reserve and also the elected representatives. So it's a matter of deflection. So the minimum wage isn't really the minimum wage. It's the politicians are being told to talk about the minimum wage so that way you could be fighting amongst yourselves about the minimum wage and not fighting with the bank, the Federal Reserve. See, they want us fighting about every subject under the sun, but the real culprit are the high priests, which is the bankers.
So can we boycott them? Like how do we protest against that? How do we not use the Federal Reserve? How do we
it's almost
do
impossible.
without them?
It's almost impossible. I mean, you can go Amish, but even the Amish can't escape them. Just living as simple as your means, and and always having tangible assets. But you know what? It's like Jesus says, he who tries to save his life will lose it. He who loses his life, will gain it. So this is the other problem with saving gold and silver. If you want to save gold and silver to save your riches, you're going to lose it and your life. Just like Jesus says. So, when Jesus had gold, he was a baby and it saved his life. So
yeah, I saw that episode you did about that.
So the point is if you're going to buy gold, you're going to buy silver, you're going to buy a gun, you're going to buy food. You can't do it for reasons. You can't do it for reasons that are selfish. You have to be like, no, I'm doing this to protect myself in the event. But when you start becoming selfish and you start hoarding, it's like, in the Bible when the manna came down and people were hoarding and that didn't work out well. God and Jesus don't like hoarders. But there's nothing wrong with you hoarding and you getting things because you're trying to protect. Like my brother Jesse says, I don't have for myself. I have because my children don't stock up on food. My brother Jesse buys a big old bag of beans because his kids don't buy beans. So he knows that it's not his beans. He's gonna have to give it away to the kids who don't take this stuff seriously. So that's the whole point is that if we're not going to be able to escape the inevitable. It's going to happen because it happens in every country all throughout the earth. It's just the United States is so damn bad that they're able to postpone it. They're able to postpone
Right.
Yeah. And
okay, wait. So are you saying that a crash will be happening?
The numbers don't lie. And like in that video I showed you with all those, you saw all those all of the silver that exists in all of the world amounts to one little square. And you saw all of those thousands of squares of funny money that exists in computers all over the place. Numbers don't lie. And this is the beautiful thing about why Robert Kiyosaki says God's money. The reason God made gold and silver was for units of weights and measures. And also he knew that bankers are liars. He knew that people would lie. And this is when you go back to gold and silver, then it's like back in the old days when you had a weight, you put over here and there was something as a weight. And so that's all it was. It was just to keep everybody honest, So, so like gold, like I'll give you an example. When George Washington, he was president, he had a $20 coin and he bought himself a seat for his horse. What are those seats called that you put on the horse?
Okay. I know what you're talking about. And
so you fast forward today, that same coin is worth about $3,000 because if it's an old coin, but about $2,700. And then you go to the store and a saddle costs you $2,700. So it's interesting that the same amount of labor that it took to go to the mountains and get that gold is worth the same amount of money that it takes to build that saddle. It's just a weights and measures. Now, naturally, there's fluctuations and everything, and that's that happens. But at the end of the day, when you look at the history, a gallon of milk costs $3, but in JFK's day, it costs 10 cents. But if you have a dime from JFK, it's worth $3. See, so gold and silver are always maintaining their value to your labor.
Okay.
Here and there, but it always equals out like water. Sometimes you'll have a wave, goes up and down, but it always equals out.
Okay, so then does it matter to you whether or not they say the president raises that debt? Or because I do remember, I think it was President Clinton. So that's when I was a baby. He was the only one. I don't know. Is he the only one that had like a surplus? Like, does that matter or does it not matter?
So the amount of they still were in debt, in that the amount of money that was coming in, to quote Stephen Lett, the amount of money coming in, doesn't cover the amount going. So it was a wash. It was a wash.
Yes.
They still had the debt. It's just for the first time in a long time, they weren't adding any more money to the credit card, which
Okay.
helped out. So, but the problem with all this spending, it's not so much. It goes back to the blame. See, they're able to send rocket ships to space. They're able to build nuclear weapons. They're able to do all kinds of play with his money, and with debt, they're able to do it, and kick the can down the road. But what happens is when it gets out of control, we have inflation. That's why we're paying $3 for milk. Then when we start paying $10 for milk, we're going to be yelling at the farmers. We're going to be yelling at the milk company, but we're never going to yell at the bank, the Federal Reserve.
Oh, yes, we are. What you talking about?
But so you see, but what I'm saying is this is how the witchcraft, this is the voodoo that they put, and they confuse you. They call it nominal confusion. So you're thinking, you're looking at your $20 bill and you're looking at the groceries, and you're thinking, well, what's wrong? And it never occurs to you that what happened is it's the banks pulled a number on you. Yeah, and what do? They played with that money first. So the government, they prints $1 trillion. They play with it, so they're able to buy all of the things today with $1 trillion. But by that time that money circulates throughout the whole United States, and there's more and more of it, well, then the prices go up. But they don't care. We bought it at the cheap. You see, at the cheap.
Yeah, I don't want no part of it. Like I'm listening to you. I understand it, but now I'm like, okay, how do we get away from that? Because obviously they have the government.
You can't, because the Amish can't do it. But the Amish have built, a life where the average Amish, he owns tools, he owns a land, he owns animals, so he owns tangible things. And I like to use the Amish as an example, is that the Amish cannot run away from our problems. They can't. But like I said, whenever there's a crash, whenever there's a fire, the very next morning, the Amish can wake up and say, well, you know what? I got to get to work. It's another day. Whereas the American, who never prepared himself mentally or spiritually, is freaking out. Where's my EBT check? And yeah. But the Amish isn't freaking out because he's prepared. And he knows they're liars, but I have a tool, I have a horse, I have this, I have tangible things,
Right. Okay. So that's what we need to invest in. We need to invest in that. And I mean, that's a whole lifestyle change.
Education.
Honestly.
A lot of people educate themselves on learning how to can their own food. Jimmy talks about, learning how to, grow food and stuff, all that stuff. But at the end of the day, and this is why it's so important too, because everyone that touches the dirt now and everybody that works with their hands somehow finds a connection to God. And that's how they switch their political party. Because when people, why is it that the Amish and the Mennonites believe in God? Because their hands are on the udder of a cow and they're going, squeezing out that milk.
Right.
And they're getting that baby calf and they're pulling and the baby calf comes out and all the blood comes out, right? And so the closer you are to the earth, the more you work with your hands, well, then you're going to switch party. How many people do you know that are atheists, Democrats, are farmers, and raise chickens? You see,
that's a good point.
It doesn't. Yeah,
that's a really good point. I do not know I don't know anybody actually that actually does that.
Here now, and this is where the banks and the governments use us to get us out of the land and into their cities. The last comment was here for love, Urban Gardens. You see, how much should onions cost? Nothing. See,
Right.
we have to go to the store and buy all of the food. And this is what the government does. Like in Yuma, Arizona, Yuma County, you can't buy a mulberry tree that gives fruit. And they make some
Mhm.
kind of stupid excuse about pollen count. It's stupid. It's the reason they don't want you to have a mulberry tree because they don't want you making a mulberry pie. Now
Mm.
imagine instead of us going door to door placing magazines, we all went door to door and we said and we educated people on this and says, imagine if everybody here grew lemons, oranges, and everything that can grow in your climate. Then guess who's going to be protesting you? Safeway, Walmart, and all, Publix. Every one of those companies will be yelling and screaming at your religion because you guys will be growing urban gardens. Because if everybody was growing gardens, then they would be giving away the surplus of their food. And Jesus says there's more happiness in giving than there is in receiving. The reason we're not happy is because nobody's giving. And the reason nobody's giving is because nobody's planting food. Nobody's.
Yo, that's a good point.
So you give and everyone's happy. We're not givers. We all live in secluded cities and this is why
Right.
part of the reason why and who's the beneficiary. Well, Jesse and I talk about it. It's like it is like Babylon the Great. It is Babylonian in the Bible story, whether you believe it or not. It's a really neat story because how do they keep all of those people in? The Great Wall of
Mhm.
China, if you look it up in YouTube, the people are saying no, the Great Wall of China was designed to kill people that were trying to leave China, to keep everybody in, like communist Cuba, communist China, communist Russia. They were keeping everybody in. And so this is what we have like right now in our world. These bankers, they've developed a new system,
Mhm.
like
Mhm.
a system of things where we all need to get into their system of money, like a rat gets in a wheel. You see, we buy our groceries at Safeway, at Publix, at Piggly Wiggly, when we should be just going out there and picking. There's more than enough for everybody.
Yeah, wow, that's crazy.
Yes,
That's the biggest takeaway. That's the biggest takeaway because I'm so like anti-Fed, anti-corporations, anti-Federal Reserve that if I could, I would do it. Like I would literally plant everything in my backyard or plant it in my house, pick from there, cook from there, and completely take myself away from what they want us to do. Like what you just said, they want us on their system, and I'm like, no, I want to do my own thing. I want to homeschool my own children. Like that was step one, was finally realizing that you have the parental authority to teach your own children, take them out of the public education system. And that alone almost felt illegal. Like, I can't do this. They need to go to school. And it's like you're so ingrained into that because that's what society told you to do.
Mhm.
And I was like, no, I want no part. Like you say all the time that we are no part of this world, right? But the
Mhm.
governing body took that for themselves.
Yeah.
But in reality, that's how I felt growing up. I'm like, I'm no part of this world. I'm completely separate individual, Christian, conservative individual that goes only with my community, with other Christians. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so I never got rid of that. I just replaced it with real Christians, with real mothers who homeschool their children. Like it was more family. It's more grassroots. It's more like us, not them type of thing. Because that was the first step, trusting yourself to do that, to teach your own kids. The next step is like growing your own food. The next step was leaving the city, not living in a city, live in the country, like get away from all of that because it's just degeneracy. It's just like sin. It's almost disgusting to go to downtown and you see clubs and you see drunk people all over the place and you see half naked women, and that's not what I want my kids to see. Like that's not. No, let's go back to the hills, to the country.
Well, like if you look at that post that I just put, and I'll refer to the one before me, but
Mhm.
I put GG for GB, and words mean things. You always have to remember that. If there's anything you get from this video, remember the phrase "words mean things," And this is how governments and religions, what they do, and corporations, advertising companies, they play with the words to make you think they're talking about one thing, but they're talking about something else. And it's trickery. But words mean things. So all of you that are listening that are Democrats, no, you're not. You really are Republicans, and you need to switch parties. Let me show you why. Because no, no, serious. Because a Republican, by definition, is one who favors a republic as the best form of government. We are a republic. Now, the Democrats in 2024 do not love the idea of 50 nation states. The state of Florida is a nation state. It's a state, a nation state, but it belongs to a republic. Now, and I'll go over that real quick. And then number 2 is a member of the Republican Party, and one who favors or prefers a Republican form of government. Every single one of you Democrats prefer a Republican government, because you mean to tell me you prefer Washington, D.C. to tell you that you can or can't have an abortion? No,
Right.
A Republican will say, no, no, no. We'll let the 50 nation states decide. So you as a parent, listen to these words. Vote with your feet. If you're a parent and you're scared in California that your 12-year-old daughter is getting these weird ideas, and you're like, oh my God, she's going to kill my grandchildren if I keep her going to these schools. So you sell everything and you vote with your feet and you move to Arkansas. Your daughter gives birth to her baby when she's 17, 18 years old. And see, as a parent, you voted with your feet because you were in a republic where you chose. But now here's a different thing. You're an 18, 19-year-old girl, and a guy, and you want action, and you're like, hey, this is boring here. I want to move to LA. I want to move to Hollywood. See, you can choose where you want to go. And so that's the beautiful thing about the United States of America, is that every nation God, the words escape me, but every state is a nation state. And you have a right as a member of that republic to stay or to go. There's no walls keeping you within the nation. And
Right.
if you do not like the republic, if you do not, like 3 says, if you do not favor or prefer that type of government, then go to China and go to Cuba where they won't let you out. You see, and so you are a Republican. If you're listening to me, we used abortion as an example, and this is how it is with Watchtower. Should a religion in New York City or the Vatican tell me what I should believe, or should I, in my local church, which is my house, in my local kingdom, where my husband is king and my wife is queen, we make the decisions? You see, that's the
Yes.
Republican form of government. We can still go to the church, but in my house, we decide. And that's the beautiful thing about the Catholics, is that the Catholics will let you make your own personal decisions. You can go to church, and they may have their crazy ideas, and you can do the mass thing with them and everything. But at the end of the day, they leave you alone. They leave you and your husband alone.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a good point, Gigi.
Yeah, that's it. So
That's awesome. You know, when you said that, that kind of made me giggle, because my husband kind of jokes that he's like, in this house, this is a dictatorship. When you leave outside, it's regular America. But when you come in here, I am the dictator. Like, he kind of jokes with those kind of things, but it's true.
You're the queen, and it's
Right.
it's your kingdom. That's the beautiful thing
Yeah.
about it. You guys have a kingdom. It's your house. Yeah, and it goes back to the Dr. Seuss book, where world upon a world, Horton hears a who. There's a world. So Ruby Quinn and her husband live in a small world.
Yeah.
But in your house, there's a bedroom where your kids live in another world, right? And then when you leave the house, you go to your mom's or whatever, and then there's another world, and it's a world upon a world upon worlds upon worlds. And so we are a republic form of government, where you are a Republican. Don't tell me you're not a Republican. At heart, you're a Republican.
Okay, but you know what I meant. I meant like the
No,
party system.
No, I'm talking. No, that was number 2. But
Mhm.
on words mean things, definition 1 and definition 3, that applies to everybody that's listening. You are Republican. You prefer it. Now, you may not like the Mitt Romney. You may not like Mitch McConnell, Donald Trump. That's fine. But don't confuse the two. You do not believe that other people should meddle in your lives, and you should have the right to vote with your feet.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm. Now, I wanted to address one thing because what's her name was earlier.
Mm-hmm.
It was Chronicles of Lucifer said, and she, what did she say? She said that a lot of XJW channels do not like her talking about politics, and the reason why it's real simple, Lucy. It's very simple. Jehovah's Witnesses trained you to hate free speech. It's as simple as that.
Mm-hmm.
I told you guys before, when Satan in Job chapter 2 went with all of the angels, they all had to go before God like a big assembly. Watchtower uses Job chapter 2 to say we have assembly. It's taboo to talk politics. Yes, because what happens is Jehovah's Witnesses taught all of their members to hate free speech. You speak out of line, disfellowship. But God
Right.
and Matthew 4, Jesus, when he talked to Satan, they both let Satan speak and bury himself. Rush Limbaugh
Right.
would say, when somebody's making a fool of themselves, give them the microphone. God himself loves free speech. And if you're going to make a fool of yourself, God is not going to stop you. He's going to say, okay, here's the microphone. But Chronicles of Lucy, your friends in these XJW, they're not too afraid. No, they're hateful people. They're hateful people that hate free speech. Now, I don't say this in a mean way because one of the great things I learned from the truth about the truth is, hi, my name is Gilbert Gonzalez and I'm a hateful person. The moment I recognized that I was a hateful person as a Jehovah's Witness, you're going to die in Armageddon if you don't believe it like I do. You just recognize that there's a lot of things about me that are hateful. I hate you because you have a tattoo. I hate you because you smoke weed. I just hate. I'm a hateful person, but I never felt hateful. You see, that's how good Satan is. Satan is so good, he makes you think that he doesn't exist. Satan is so good, he makes you think that you're rich when you're really poor, or he makes you think that
Right.
you're really rich, vice versa. Satan is very good in that he makes you think that you're a nice person because you're saying, let's not talk about politics. No, you're an evil person because you stifle other people's God-given right to free speech. And all I'm saying is once you just admit that you're a hateful person, you come from a hateful religion, and you start seeing it, you're like, holy shit, I'm a hateful person.
Wait. Well, I've never felt like that though. I still felt as if this was the truth, like Christianity.
No, you did. I'm going to prove you wrong. Ruby Quinn likes to smoke a cigarette every once in a while, right?
Yeah.
When you were Jehovah's Witness, what did you think about cigarette smokers? Exactly. See,
that it was healthy. I have never actually judged somebody based on cigarettes. Now, if you talked about fornication, oh yeah, I was like definitely evil because what you're doing is wrong.
But see, on that, but the point is that you recognize that you have this ugliness, and you just got to clean yourself. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
Just clean yourself of these wicked thoughts, judgmental thoughts. And one thing that helped me a lot was real simple. I joked with God. I can joke with God, and I told God, I go in a prayer. I remember it, and I says, God, I go, thank you so much, because you gave the job of being the ruler of the earth to Jesus Christ and not me. I can't handle it. I'm glad Jesus got the job, because all of my life, as a religious zealot, I was judgmental. No, Jesus got the job. He's more qualified. His resume is better. And once I just surrendered that, I can now like you, whether you smoke weed or or you're an alcoholic. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me.
Right. Yeah. Now it doesn't, because you freed yourself out of that mental prison of always thinking that this is bad, this is wrong, like micromanaging everything. I'm free. I'm mentally free, that I'm able to actually talk about these things. Like you said before, that, I don't want to talk about politics. That's evil, right? I love when you said that, because I was on a stream a long time ago on Linda James, and she had Josh Rivera on there. So I jumped on and I talked about the show, and he obviously made it aware that he was on the other side of the spectrum, quite opposite to me. And I gave an open invitation, like, oh yeah, you should definitely come on and talk about these things. And it was a quick like denial. Oh, I don't think so. I don't think I would do that. And then I was like, why? Like, that shouldn't matter anymore. Like, just because you believe in a different political doesn't mean that you can't talk about those things. And then I kind of got sad when Linda said, oh, I'll be afraid if you good two got on a stream together. Like, she was legit fearful of that. And I was like, there's nothing to be afraid of. Like, we're free enough to talk about these things. You should take advantage of, like, I'm thinking in the back of my head, you should not take that for granted. Don't do that to yourself. Be more than happy to talk about your beliefs, right? Especially when it comes to politics. But that was the very first time that I actually felt like somebody was holding themselves back. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like that, because that's what we used to do. We used to always hold ourselves back and just end the conversation. Don't talk anymore, like how they trained us to do. If the person is not receptive, just wipe your hands and keep walking. That's a go. You know what I mean? So that kind of made me a little sad, because I was like, damn, that would have been an awesome thing to have somebody on the complete opposite spectrum talk about what's happening right now, so that we can discuss those things. But I haven't come across anybody yet. Like, nobody wants to or maybe it's me. I don't know. Maybe they don't like me or something. I don't know. But they never want to like actually talk about those things. Whereas I could find 10 plus people that are on the right wing of the political spectrum that are more than happy to talk about something, but the other side rarely wants to talk about it.
Well, it's because Josh, and we love Josh, but Josh is, I'm going to quote Jimmy Bell, because he's in the chat, he's tribalistic. And Josh Rivera does not know how to say, hi, my name is Josh. I'm part of the tribe. I'm part of the Democrat tribe. And I hate you Republicans. Just say it. Just say it. It's okay. We all know it, but he doesn't think he hates you. You see, he's part of a tribe and he has to win the argument. I'm right. I'm right. And guess what? If the other person's wrong, what good is proving somebody right if it means you're going to lose friendship? Right? What good is it to prove that your husband is wrong if you get a divorce? You see?
Right.
So now I'm going to show you a good example about this. If you look at Yvonne's comment, and she mentioned about fornication isn't evil, Ruby. If you live with your husband for 10 years before marriage, that's fornicating, but most people wouldn't think that's evil. But yes, a lot of people would think you're going to go to hell because, it took you 10 years to make a decision, yada, yada. We all know this conversation. All I'm saying is this. If you change the way you look at things, and try to say, you know what, I'm going to shut up. I'm just going to think about it. Is fornication bad? I don't know. Let me think about this. Well, the Bible says, whatever it is you're doing, work at a wholesale for the Lord and not for men. What are you doing? Well, I'm fornicating. I'm rocking the boat. I'm in the ocean. I'm doing the motion in the ocean. The Bible says, whatever it is you're doing, work at a whole soul as to the Lord and not for men. So why are you rocking the boat? Why are you making so much, why are you manipulating the mango and all that other stuff? Why are you doing these things? Is it because you're trying to build a family? You're trying to build a strong relationship? Or are you just trying to have fun? Now, the bigger picture is not whether you're fornicating, Yvonne, and I'm not saying this is gospel. All I'm saying is fornication is you're hurting yourself, because if you're fornicating, then you're missing out on the better part. The better part is building something, building a foundation, building a family. Now, it says, well, I lived with my boyfriend for 10 years before marriage. Well, if your boyfriend takes 10 years to say that he loves you and wants to make a go at it, well, maybe he has a lot of other problems and they're going to manifest themselves. So instead of me attacking fornication from a religious aspect that you're going to go to hell, I'm like, why don't I just look at it from a different angle? I'll give you another example. Jesus said, the Bible says that God hates a divorce, right? We all know that. So think about this. When a man has sex with a woman, the two become one flesh. So technically, every time you have sex with somebody, you enter into a marriage. But when you break up with your boyfriend, girlfriend, that's a divorce. You guys were one. And so what does God hate? God hates the fact that you're becoming one with someone, and then you're breaking it, and you're going back and forth. You see, and I hate. I'm not using these gestures, in a way that, but you get the picture. So what I'm trying to say, and I think Yvonne will understand, is I'm not casting judgment on what you think about fornication. But the Joshua Rivera is going to get mad because no, this is not how my camp, my tribe thinks. I'm saying no, forget about your tribe. Try to think
Mhm.
bigger picture. What is the bigger picture? And if my friend has an opinion, let him have his opinion. I want to think about the bigger picture. So I'm not concerned, me personally, I'm not concerned whether that's fornication. I'm not concerned about all that stuff. What I don't care about fornication, all that stuff. What I personally care about, like when I go out with women, is can I build something with her? And if I can't build something with her, then I'm just going to build a friendship with her. I won't go and I won't do the deed. I won't do the dirty. Now, I did with one girl that we didn't do the dirty, and we're not going to. We made it very clear, but we did go to a really nice bar, a biker
Mhm.
bar, and man, I'm telling you, she was shaking that booty and everything, and we had a good time, and we're dancing, and we had a great time. No sex, and I shouldn't have done that,
Mhm.
but it was fun. It was fun, and but the point is if you're not going to have, if you're not going to have a sexual relationship with someone, then build something else.
Yeah, right.
We flip each other off, kiss my ass. I never want to talk to you again. I want to put a restraining order on you. What the hell's wrong with us? So you see what I'm trying to say about the fornication?
Yeah.
We're stuck on the
Mhm.
wrong thing. And who taught us that? Watchtower, the Catholic Church. Religions teach you that. They don't teach you the bigger picture. And to quote
I
Trump,
Yeah.
think
Mhm.
bigly. When it comes to sex, think bigly. Think big when it comes to these issues. Don't narrow.
I could do that mentally. I don't think I could do it physically because I still hold myself to very strict rules. I guess I don't know. Like it bothers me a little bit, just a little bit.
No. Let's for example, let's talk about, now that we're talking sex. Watchtower has this thing about masturbation, and the reason they do is because when they talk about it with their Bethel brothers,
Yeah.
they're trying to get a reaction out of them. They want to know which 18-year-old kid is like listening to the talk like that. That's the guy. That's the guy we want. That's why they talk about masturbation. They want to know who's like, and that's why they get them. But they try to scare you with it. But when you think of the bigger picture, I remember being an elder talking to kids, and they asked me about masturbation, and I told them it's a misdemeanor. I go, when you have sex with a girl and she gets pregnant, that's an 18-year felony count with $600
Mhm.
So they start laughing. But then I said, get the misdemeanor, man. And I just walk away. But what I'm trying to say is you got to think bigger. You got to think bigger.
Mhm.
So if you don't want to enter into a sexual relationship with somebody, then go to the restroom and do your business. And then when you go out, out of sight, out of mind. I'm tired. I
That's
would,
crazy.
yeah, but because you're looking at the bigger picture, you're not being legalistic. Is that wrong?
Right. That's what I struggle with. Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to get my mind out of that and trying to be more open minded and like you said, look at the bigger picture. And Jimmy says that a lot too. So I get it. I get it.
And everything that you think and everything that I think we're wrong, because when we in 10 more years, we'll learn new things, and 20 years and 40 years, and
Right.
so there's no need to worry about getting it right. And we love Josh Rivera,
Right.
but Josh Rivera he hasn't accepted the fact that he's part of and Jimmy always says it, he's part of that camp. He's a tribalistic. My
Mhm.
tribe has to win. No, it don't. I'm telling you, my girlfriend that has well, she's not my girlfriend, but with Parkinson's, no, not Parkinson's, Tourette syndrome. I just let it go. I just let it go. And other guys, and I know she's talked to me about, and other guys too that we'll go to different places, and they go, "How do you put up with it?" And I said, "I just ignore it, and I can't change her." And one thing I've learned is that you can't. Nobody wants to be changed. That's why Jehovah's Witnesses have a very bad track record, because they're trying to
Right.
change people. Nobody wants to be changed. So stop doing it. Stop trying to change other people, and just observe. And that way you won't be tribalistic. I don't want nobody. I don't want nobody to think like me. Yvonne says, "Gilbert, I disagree." I know. I don't want you to think like me, Yvonne. You think like you. I think like me, and that's great. We learn off of each other. This competing stuff has to come to an end. Let them.
Right.
In America, we have a right to be wrong. If you want to be wrong and disagree with me, go right ahead.
I love that. I'm gonna quote you on that because I love that what you just said. We have the right to be wrong, and that's the thing. At least I entertain that. I entertain the conspiracy. I entertain the what you believe in, what I believe in. I entertain everything, right? I don't put no limits or bounds to conversation or topics because I like that. But when I see somebody else do that to themselves, it kind of makes me sad because even if you do feel that way and you're like, I have to win no matter what because they believe that Trump is a threat to democracy, or they just believe the mainstream narrative, you still stop yourself from actually talking to another person who has a different view than you. So you're stuck in that chamber, in that echo chamber, because you're not even entertaining the conversation to at least see where the other side is coming from. That's my concern. Like, damn, you won't even host a conversation. You won't even come on to somebody else's thing and talk about those things. But I see that Josh is more like exhausted, like emotionally exhausted when it comes to politics, because he brought up a lot of things and bad experiences that he had with people. And that's another thing. I wish that we didn't have these bad experiences when we were coming out and learning who we are politically, and didn't let that stop us, didn't let that bad experience stop us just because you met somebody who was a Trump supporter and they were reportedly or allegedly racist, or they said something to you that you didn't like or whatever. Now you grouped the entire group of people as if they are racist and mean and evil when it was just that one experience. And yet you didn't identify that. You just grouped them together no matter what. And that kind of made me sad when he said that, because I was like, but everything that you just described, I experienced the exact same thing from your end of the political spectrum when I came out as a Christian, Republican, conservative voter. And all of them who were claiming to be inclusive and claiming to be this and that, they kicked me out. They blocked me. They muted me. I didn't have anybody who I can talk to. And exactly how Josh felt about the Republican side, I felt about your side. And then it kind of like stopped him in his track, and it was almost like, oh well, oh well, like, no, not oh well. We are the perfect people who can actually mend those bad experiences, because it happens to everybody. You're not special, you're not unique. When somebody disagrees with you and you get offended over it and you get kicked out of a community, or you lose friends over it, that's not unique. You're not special. It happens to everybody. And just because it happened to you doesn't mean you could stay in that victim mentality of like, oh, they don't like me, or maybe it's because of this, maybe it's because of that. And you start putting things on yourself that nobody said. You're just making stuff up. And that's where I try to like help people get rid of that and to continue moving in that political spectrum. Don't stay right there. Don't stay with the same policy or the same opinion about something. Keep moving and you will find that freedom.
Yeah, that's true. And you know what? Because the topic is switching party, and if you're a Democrat and you're watching this, you have to switch party. And I'll tell you why. Because look, Donald Trump does not agree. And I read that book, how with Robert Kiyosaki and Donald Trump, they don't agree. They love each other, but they really have totally different views of money. But Robert Kiyosaki is 100% behind him. Same thing with Elon Musk. You think Elon Musk and Donald Trump agree on social issues and other things? No. And the list goes on. But all of these people from all of these backgrounds are totally different than Trump, but yet they are 100% behind him. Because in the Republican Party, we know that we're not going to we expect perfection, and we're not all identical like robots, zombies, saying the same thing within the party line, like Jehovah's Witnesses. When you have a different opinion in the Democrat Party, you're out. They disfellowship you. We've seen this. But in the Republican Party, you can have different ideas, and you win the election with Trump. But the day after the election, you start punching. You enter into a fight. That's the Republican form of government. That's the republic. And if you can't do that, if you like our friend Josh Rivera, if you want everyone to agree with you on every issue, that's not a republic. That's a dictatorship. So what we're telling Josh Rivera and the people like you, Democrat Jehovah's Witnesses, is, hey, no, we tried that as Jehovah's Witnesses. I don't want to.
Right.
I don't want to agree with Ruby on anything and everything. No, I want to be me. I want her to be her. But we know we got certain things that need to be done. Like we got to fix our immigration. We got to fix our money thing. We got to fix big pictures. All of that other stuff we can take care of. And the great majority of them, like Donald Trump says, he wants to give the education system back to the states.
Yes.
He didn't want to do that a long time ago, but you see, we're winning. We are winning because we are changing their minds. And we're also winning because George Bush is a laughing stock amongst us. And so is Dick Cheney. And so is Mitt Romney, because they're liars. Everybody knows they do not like a Republican form of government, like the definition says. They like a centralized control. They like to be in control of everything. Whereas we like to let Ron DeSantis take care of the hurricane relief. If he needs help, he'll ask. He doesn't need help from Washington. If he does, he'll ask. That's a Republican form of government.
Right. And you know what's another good example of that is that after I had that exchange with Josh Rivera, because he also mentioned the vast apostate hour, or
Yeah, all those guys.
yeah, a bunch of group of people that I wasn't on the internet during that time to know what he was talking about. But I listened, I heard him out. I said, okay, you had a bad experience with them, understandable, but I don't know them, so I can't really judge them by what one person says. But then I interacted with him on Twitter, and we got into a conversation, and I told him about that weird exchange and how his name came up or whatever. And then that was a moment that I had with vast apostate hour, and I heard him out. I listened to his side of the story, and he was willing enough to give me that without me even asking, which I was like, oh, this is great. I'm gonna kind of understand where people kind of bumped heads, and then I could hear both sides of the story. And I even told him, I was like, well, I've heard some things about you, but I don't know if it's true. Who knows? But I heard him out. I entertained the conversation. I listened to him, and I'm going to form my own opinion about anybody and everybody at the end of the day. I'm not going to take what one person, two people say. I'm going to listen to the person. I want to meet the person. I want to talk to him, and I want to see, okay, how do you feel? And then where do you stand on certain issues? Because then I will be more comfortable communicating with that person. I heard it from their own mouth.
Well, let me just say this before Ulysses Gonzalez comes in. It's very important because talking about the Vast Apostate Hour, I was one of the members of the Vast Apostate Hour and one of the founding members, and also one of the financial backers behind it. They're real simple. Just name some names: Joel the Unwitness, JW Prime Time, Son of Thunder, the Faithful Witness, and JW Fairy Tale. I know all of those guys. We're not friends. When we're together, we're friends, but we're not friends. But guess what? Josh Rivera, did you go to headquarters and protest? Was Watchtower hosing you down like they hosed me down? Did you send thousands of postcards to Tuxedo Park, where the governing body has their mansions, and do a direct mailer to every one of their neighbors? No, you didn't. Did you go outside with those same postcards in Wallkill and do street witnessing and go business to business while everybody's out there and say, what are you guys doing here? We tell them why we were there for. Did you protest in the front door? Josh Rivera and people like that, you guys complain, but you're full of shit. Because like I would say it all the time, and that's why they hated me way back then. Because it's all talk, no action. You guys talk a good game, but when it came time to deliver, your sorry ass wasn't flying an airplane over Jack Murphy Stadium in San Diego once or twice like I did. Okay, when in 2016, when there was the Australian Royal Commission, Josh Rivera did not have his telephone number on YouTube with the Awake Hotline taking phone calls when nobody was talking to Jehovah's Witnesses. If you were a Jehovah's Witness today, you can talk to all kinds of witnesses. Numbers are out there, phone numbers. When the Australian Royal Commission was out, very few Jehovah's Witnesses were putting their numbers out in English and Spanish. And I was taking those phone calls. So fuck kids like Josh Rivera. Oh, I have no patience for them. Because you know why? Show me your resume. Show me your goddamn resume. And that's the problem I have with the governing body member that they put up. He has a goddamn resume of real estate building, but that asshole never built a Kingdom Hall. That asshole never was part of a congregation. I'm totally getting down. But he was never there with families, building them up. His resume is all about making money, but wasn't there about fortifying families and helping out the children. So all I'm saying is, this is why you need to be a Republican, because Donald Trump gets shit done. Elon Musk gets shit done. Your party it turns everything into crap. So that's that's all I have. We're gonna let you just come in
Wow.
and
Thank you, Gigi. That was great.
yeah,
That was
that's the
awesome.
thing. Guys, get it done. Just get it done. Make things happen. Don't be a complainer. You get nowhere in life with complaints. I don't even talk to those guys. But guess what? When those guys in the Vast Deposit Hour, when they have problems, girlfriend problems and all that other shit, guess who they call? They call
You.
me.
Yeah.
Because I'm their friend and they know it. I'm not their friend. I don't go drinking with them. I don't. But they know that when rubber hits the road, I'm going to be there for them. And see that, and that's where I find my joy. But Josh Rivera, when your resume is as good as mine, well, then I'll listen to you. But
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't know any of these people the way you do, so I wasn't here around for that. But I feel the passion. I feel the energy, because that's exactly how I feel as well. With when people like, when Ron Pomo came up and he did his thing, it's kind of the same thing. It's like at least we're doing something, right? At least something is being done, and I just wish that everybody can, collaborate, work together, get things done. So thanks, Gigi, for joining me. That was awesome. Ulysses S. Gonzalez. What's up?
Hey, Gilbert gets mad, huh?
Wasn't that crazy? Because damn, that was crazy. But I like it. I like it.
He stole all my lines. But anyways, hey, did you know that some people, you said switching party, but there's another side of the story. There's another side of the coin. It's called late to the party. And that's what I would share with Gilbert. A lot of our brothers and sisters come late to the party. Have you ever heard that term?
Maybe like once or twice, but not that much.
Late to the party. You get late to the party and you go, oh man, everybody's packing it up. It was a great party. And some people come like this, what Gilbert's describing, this Josh, and some of the people, they're going to get late to the party, for example, but we've already planted seeds, so we're already winning. You think after Kamala Harris wins, let's say she wins on election day, you know what gasoline is going to be?
No.
Easily $10 a gallon in some states. California will have no check. It will have no check and boundaries.
Mm-hmm.
They're just going to go 100% Green New Deal. Remember, like Donald Trump called Gavin Newsom today? Mm-hmm. He's going to go full bore. You can't go to a restaurant, but you sure bet he's going to go to a restaurant. And some people will come late to that realization, and they'll remember. Mm-hmm. They'll remember. So all the witnesses that saw the apostates, they never joined us. Maybe we have to die, and then they go, hey, that guy that died, man, he spoke the truth.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Yeah, that's, I don't know. Maybe I would be considered late to the party when it comes to waking up to certain things. I don't know, because I feel like as soon as I broke out of that sleeping state and I woke up to the world, and that was fairly recent. Like how Jimmy says, I've been doing this for over 4 years, and I'm ready. I know it, so that I'm ready to help people who wake up, and I'm ready to give that white pill, because we're going to need that white pill after we take that black pill, because you got to take the red pill first. Then the black pill comes automatically, because you get depressed. You're like, oh, all of these bad things are happening, or if this doesn't go the way we want, it's going to go how you said it. Oh, everything's going to go $10 and it's going to be crazy, right? But then we need that white pill. So who's going to give us that white pill? And not that many people have the pharmacist that's awake enough to give you that white pill. But at least I got that from Jimmy and from you guys. You guys are giving me those little white pills. But I think I am late in terms of I'm waking up to this now, because I was supposed to be neutral, right? Now we're beating those odds of not being neutral. And that's a whole bracket of people that are going to become voters, right? Like, imagine if all the Jehovah's Witnesses would vote, or if all these people that are now turning 18, or they're eligible to vote. That's a lot of people every single year that are eligible to vote. And they need that white pill. They need to be red pilled enough to take that white pill and vote. I don't want to say vote the right way, but I want to say like what Gigi was saying, like vote with your feet, and that you need to be educated, because you gotta make the right choice, or else, like you said in the comments, we'll be dreaming in Chinese. We'll be dreaming in Chinese. What? No.
Well, I drive by my school, my elementary school, in the morning. And I remember in the 1970s and the 1960s, there was 4 baseball diamonds. So when I was a kid, I drove by there with my dad. I remember my dad coming out of the bar, me and Gilbert in the back of his 63 Rambler, going 100 miles an hour down Avenue A. And we're going, faster, papi. And my dad drunk, because getting home. We didn't have seatbelts back then. And I would look over my elementary school, had 4 baseball diamonds. I drive by today, there's no baseball diamonds. They're all soccer fields and a community garden. That's all dead. So yeah, today I see the flag up there. Tomorrow there will be a Chinese flag or United Nations.
Stop. No, that would never happen.
But look we already took off the baseball diamonds. So our culture is already being taken away. So there's a natural progression. The natural progression is what I'm saying.
But what does baseball have to do with culture?
The natural progression. When I was a kid in the 1970s, and if you told me, you know what, there's going to be soccer fields that will replace these baseball fields. Nobody in my school in the 1970s played soccer.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody. It didn't exist. Mm-hmm. If you played soccer, you were probably gay or a communist. It didn't exist. Yes, you could play baseball, basketball, football. Soccer didn't exist when I was a little kid. If you brought a soccer, it would be a foreign object, like if you were from outer space. It did not exist in our town. We had 4 backstops in my elementary school. There's 4 backstops of soccer. So what I'm saying is the culture has changed. The people have changed. If you were to go there in 1974, you would see 1/3 Mexican, 1/3 white, and 1/3 black. You go there today, it's all brown, all Mexicans. The culture changes.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I'm talking about, late to the party. So a natural progression would be, the ceasing of America. For example, the United Nations talks about 600 million people coming to Canada and the United States.
Mm-hmm.
That would eliminate. So there will always be an America. There will always be an America. But it's not as our founders put in place. It's not America as founded. Just like I described that that baseball field. The field still exists right there on Avenue A here in Yuma, but it doesn't serve the same purpose. The kids don't even play there. Before we would ride our bikes there, the world has changed. So there will be that flag that's behind you, but it would have a different meaning. Do you think a person from Venezuela, Panama, El Salvador, who has never taken free enterprise or civics classes, doesn't understand what the Constitution, do you think that flag means anything to him or her?
Right. No, I agree with that.
So it will be a different America. So
right.
when my parents came over in the 50s and 60s, they came here to work. I remember when my dad lost his job when Jimmy Carter was president. And I remember Gilbert as a baby. I remember him being in the lemon trees. I remember my mom holding him and my big brother and my big sister up in the lemon tree, and me and my mom dragging the bag around, catching the lemons that our big brother and sister were putting down. We worked. I remember when he got an unemployment check, my dad almost cried. There was a sense of pride. That doesn't exist in the immigrant community now. They get Visa cards full of money. You're going to have a nation of ingrates. A nation of ingrates. They think America is the land of the free. Free money, free apartment, free hotel, free Wi-Fi. These people are going to be the most entitled people in the history of mankind. They're kind of like Pinocchio when they went to Treasure Island. They don't know that they're being set up for the future slavery that's coming upon them. Because there's a line in Pinocchio that says, you had your fun, now pay for it. What do you think Kamala Harris is going to do to them? Yeah. So people come late to the party. Now, here's the thing. I've been saying this for 40, 50 years. Ask Gilbert. Even when I was a Jehovah's Witness elder, I was saying these things. And sometimes I go to Republican Party meetings, and a young person like yourself will go up and start speaking and very angry. And I told him, hey, tone it down a little bit. There's people in this room that have been in the fight 40, 50, 60, 70 years. There's some people in this room that fought in foreign lands. You want victory now. This is a long game.
Right. Yes. Good point.
Yeah, so that's what's happening.
Wow.
So what happened with this gentleman, Rivera? I didn't hear about him or something. He sounds like he has a cool name.
Yeah, no, yeah, that was a stream that I hopped on. I didn't really know who was on there, and we just struck up a conversation because he sounded like he was from New York. I'm from New York, so I was like, "Oh, where you from?" Yada yada, and then we got into that conversation. And just like I told you guys before, how that Spanish lady was telling me, "Oh, how could you vote for him or support him? You're Latina, you're a woman." Like she was giving me all the bad things, like stereotyping me as to why I can't be a Republican or vote for Trump. And I'm like, none of those things matter. So he kind of did the same thing. He was like, oh, but you're from New York. Why would you support him? You know what he did to the Central 5 or something like that? And I was like, no, I don't know what that is. I guess I'm too young for that. I'm going to have to do research about those 5 men in Central Park or something like that. And then he was like, yeah, he's racist, yada, yada. And, like he just kept going on. And I'm like, well, I mean, I don't believe that. And from who I know Trump is, I support him.
Another thing I would recommend to a lot of people, the hour is late. The hour is late. Don't waste your time with these people. Throw your seeds and move on. Look, let me show you something. We're in the middle of a fight here in Yuma with my sister-in-law, and the communists and the unions are spending millions of dollars for the most insignificant seats because they're trying to turn Arizona into California. Now, these communists, they always cry when a Republican is racist, a Republican is bigoted, or a Republican is homophobic. We're misogynistic. They throw everything. Look at what these communists did to my sister-in-law. They go, the attack of the giant leeches. They call my sister-in-law. They got the worst picture they could find of her in some meeting. They plastered it, and they're spending millions of dollars. Attack of the giant leeches. And those are leeches up there. Leeches. Tell me if that is not the definition of misogyny. This is a male candidate in her legislative district running against this woman, calling her a leech. If we did that to a Democrat.
Right, that's what they would say.
This Rivera girl that you were talking to, what was her name?
Josh Rivera.
Yes, the former sister, Josh Rivera, she would be all mad at us, calling us misogynistic. But the rules only apply. And see, remember I told you about the changing demographics? Remember the United States was one nation under God and justice for all? No, it's not. Justice works one way. See, therein lies the problem. Justice only lies one way. For example, Eric Holder, he was contempt of Congress. He's free. And what happened to Steve Bannon? Contempt of Congress. He's in jail today.
Okay. Yeah, I understand. I understand what you're saying. I get it, because that's the game they play. You see that's why I don't play those games, and I don't call people misogynist or sexist or racist. I don't use those words, and I don't bring down the meaning of those words.
They do it to us.
Yeah, but aren't you always saying that we have to do things with love? With love, you're the love guy, so you wouldn't do the same thing back to them, right?
Sticks and stones can break my bones, but names will never hurt me. When I was a Jehovah's Witness kid during Vietnam, I remember during the Vietnam era, the big brothers and sisters used to tell us, never say you're a pacifist. Never say you're a pacifist. And we were trained in the Kingdom Hall. I don't know about in New York, but here in Yuma, the big brothers used to tell us, never say you're a pacifist. And we would go, why? Because if they get you in a back room and they're torturing you or they're hitting you and you hit back, that will prove that you're not a pacifist. Because let's say somebody's hitting you and you accidentally struck back. Look, St. Peter struck back. A human can only take so much. We're not Jesus Christ. Eventually, we're going to fight back. Yes, there is a love, but the Bible also says there's a time and a place for everything under the sun. There's a time to cry, there's a time to shut up, and there's a time to speak up. Right now, we have to speak up because our grandkids are going to tell us, Papi, what was it like when we had freedom of speech?
Exactly. Oh my God, that's exactly what Jimmy says. And he got emotional one time about it because he was like, when they're old enough to remember this or to talk about it, when it comes up, they're going to be like, where were you when these things were happening? Were you out there? Were you fighting for this or fighting for that? And I agree with that. It's really important.
Hey, we'll see you later, Ruby. We're gonna go live right now too with my sister-in-law. We're gonna do a little
Oh,
Republican podcast.
nice.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank
Good
you
night.
for joining.
Thank you
Bye.
so much.
Have a good night. Well, we got
Hey,
Bonnie
Ruby.
here. Hey,
How
Bonnie.
are you?
Oh,
How you doing,
I'm doing
honey?
good.
Are you back
Ugh,
home
Bonnie.
now?
Yeah, Bonnie, you don't know what I've been through.
Tell
I
me.
So we were in. Okay, I'll start my update now that I got Bonnie here because I was waiting for my cousin, but I guess she couldn't join. But I'll give you guys the update with Bonnie here. So last week we had to evacuate, right? They said category 5, heavy winds and stuff. And thankfully it died down. So nothing got really damaged or anything in my area. But we left, regardless. So we went to West Palm Beach to my dad's house and spent a week there. It was amazing. It was like a mini vacation. We loved it. The kids got to play and watch TV and hang out with my dad and watch baseball with him and stuff like that. It was really cool and amazing. But remember how I told you guys like how I process things like later on? So I've been having a lot of anxiety and mini panic attacks, and I can't breathe all the way in, or I'll start like coughing or something. So I know I can breathe. It just feels like I can't breathe. So that anxiety got me really messed up. And this is the second week that I've been having like a little bit of anxiety. So we drove back home, and like I emailed you, Bonnie, there was no power, but everything was fine. It was in one piece. And then, but we didn't have any power. Everybody else on the block got power except my little street. And it was
Oh,
really
no.
small. There's only like 12 mobile homes in that street. It's really small. So that's
Do
the
you live
only
in a
one.
mobile? Do you live
Yeah,
in a
that's
mobile home?
Yeah, that's why I had to evacuate because they were saying if you live in a
Yeah.
mobile home, just leave. It doesn't matter. Just
Yeah.
go. So we left. I packed. I literally packed everything that we own because we barely own anything. We've only lived here for like 2 years. So I packed all the
Yeah.
clothes I could. I took all my computers, all my electronics, because I didn't know. I was thinking for the worst. But everything's fine. Everything's in one piece and it's fine. There's just no power. So then, my dad came and called me again, and he said, I'll put you in a hotel, just stick it out until the power comes back on. So thankfully my dad got us this room, which I'm here now. So I'm literally across the street from Busch Gardens. I'm in that area.
Oh, wow. Huh. So you don't know why the electric isn't working at your place?
Well, I mean, when we drove, we saw the power lines on the floor. So I assume that's what it is. But they said by the 17th, Hillsborough County should be up and running with all the power. So I hope they're right because this is already week 2 of not being home. You know what I mean? Like I
Yeah, I
tell
know.
I tell everybody all the time how like introverted I am, and I'm like a super homebody. I never leave home. So for me to not be home for 2 weeks is hurting me physically. Like I just don't like it. I don't like not being home. It's a little hard.
You know, when you were saying that you were, I don't know what's wrong with my voice, but you were saying that you were having trouble breathing and stuff. I got pleurisy during this. Do you know what pleurisy is?
No, what is that?
Pleurisy, it's kind of like pneumonia, but pneumonia's inside your lungs.
Mhm.
Pleurisy is on the lining of the lungs. So
Oh.
it makes it really painful to breathe. It's every time I breathe, it hurts. It's like if you had broken ribs. That's the
Oh
pain
my
that you
God.
have. It's so I was thinking when you were saying that you were having panic attacks, I was worried, well, maybe you got pleurisy too.
Oh no, no, it's not painful. It just feels like you can't breathe all the way in. And even if I
Yeah.
try, I'll start coughing uncontrollably for a second and then it goes away. And I think that is anxiety. So I'm just assuming that it is, because if I just breathe and I calm down, it goes away. So I gotta take my mind off of things.
Good.
Once I distract myself, and that's why I've been streaming last week, this week. I kept the schedule. I kept, communication with everybody. I didn't ghost, because during times like this, I would usually just ghost everybody. You know what I mean? Like just not talk to anybody, get offline,
Yeah.
and just live in the moment, because too many things are happening and it gets a little chaotic. So I didn't do that. I didn't ghost anybody. I stayed on Twitter, stayed on YouTube, stayed on Discord, continued talking to people. I didn't isolate myself. You know what I'm saying? Like I changed
Yeah.
that habit of isolation, because that's what I normally do as a alone type of person. So that's why I kept the schedule, and I was like, all right, Tony, come jump on the stream with me, or let's FaceTime. So we've been FaceTiming, and I told her, she can come on tonight and we can talk about, the the topic for tonight, and just, like distract myself mentally.
Yeah. All right. We want to talk politics.
Yeah, because it takes my mind off of things in a split second, because we're so close to the election, and I get emails and a bunch of stuff, like events that are happening, and they were supposed to happen in Tampa, but because of Milton, everything was canceled. So I was planning on
Yeah.
attending some meetings. I couldn't do it, obviously. So now I'm like, all right, I'll just stick to what I was going to talk about. There's actually a video that I want to play, because somebody emailed me this video. She said, watch this and see what they're saying, see what they're talking about, and then we can I'll play it for us now, and then we'll talk about it.
Has defected from the party vote for Trump this time. It's former Democrat leader of the California State Senate.
Today I say goodbye. Adios. I've had enough. I will vote for Donald Trump this fall.
You just heard from Gloria Romero. She joins us now. Gloria, of all the reasons Democrats gave you to leave their party, what was the one that pushed you over the edge?
Good morning. Good to be with you. Well, it's been a bit of a reckoning, I believe. But to me, really, the major issue that prompted this reexamination of my political conscience was the complete eradication by the so-called Party of Democracy, when 14 million votes in Democratic primaries were just thrown out, including mine. And similar to what we say happens in a banana republic, where what we say the dedazo is used in order to appoint who's going to be the political leader. That's essentially what happened by my party, and I was not going to sit still for it. And this followed already rigged primaries. But overall, I could take a look at a number of issues: the march towards endless wars, the censorship, which was being approved by this Democratic administration, there's soaring crime, open borders that are creating just havoc, and a mockery of what we even mean by citizenship. And then my long-term issue is really the continued state of school failures and the role of Kamala Harris in actually perpetuating school failure in California.
Now, let's get into that. These numbers are absolutely atrocious. African American and Latino students in California have continued to fall behind in both their reading and math proficiency. 17%, 23%, 30%. I mean, anything below 50 is wrong, and those are way below 50. So you blame Kamala in part for these failings. Why, Gloria?
Well, first of all, we could look at her home district, Oakland, California. And today, as we speak, 75% of both African American and Latino students are not reading or doing math at proficiency levels established by the government. When she was Attorney General, she tried to, well, she did. She passed legislation that would throw parents of kids who are truant into jail. But mind you, that at the same time, there were students in California. It was the Vergara case that was actually won at the county level, which basically said the state of California must bring about reforms, being to fire teachers easier, making sure that we have quality teachers in the classroom, not having this tenure for life, a lot of evaluations. What did Kamala do? Hitch to the very powerful teachers union. She went to court to overturn the lower decision that was held up by these parents of children just looking for quality schools in California. So that's what she did as being the prosecutor in California. She basically prosecuted to make sure that California would keep a failing system of education. And I think most Americans should think about that, because education, without a strong education, we're not going to have a vibrant economy.
Especially those mothers in swing states. They have to be all ears to what you just said. Gloria Romero, thank you for your time, and congratulations on your switch. I'm Steve Ducey.
Wow.
So, right?
Yeah.
That happened recently, which I was like, whoa. Because you know how they were playing those commercials in the DNC, and Lucy was saying, pay close attention to the commercials. And in those commercials, they were trying to put people to say, oh, I was a former Republican and I supported him in 2016 and in 2020, and now I'm going to support Kamala. And it was very staged, like you could totally tell. They're getting paid to say what they're saying. But when it comes like this, the way Gloria did it, and just like other people do it on TikTok and Twitter, and they say, oh, I'm a former Democrat and I believed that the lies. I believed, what they were saying to us on how Trump is. And as soon as I started listening to him or listening to his rallies or his website or whatever it was that woke them up, that's what made them switch or change. And that kind of made me think, like, that's exactly how we used to feel. We were always being told what to think, how to feel, and to, revere these men as anointed. And then once you wake up and you're like, they're not anointed, they're not. I shouldn't respect these people. And you start making decisions for yourself. That's a real awakening. And I saw that real awakening happen with Amber Rose. And I don't know if you know who she is, but she was a speaker. Do you remember her at the RNC?
No, I don't remember her.
Okay.
And I watched it, but I don't remember her.
Okay, so she was the woman in hip hop that she has a tattoo on her forehead. And since I used to be in, Hollywood stuff, and I was following celebrities, I knew who she was. So I was so shocked to see her at the RNC. I was like, is this a glitch in the Matrix or something? What is Amber Rose doing at a Republican convention? I was shocked. I was floored. And then if you listen to her speech, she says the exact same thing. She says, I was, in Hollywood, they're in that world. You know what I mean? It's just a different world.
Yeah.
And the majority of them is just gangster rap and just degeneracy, drugs, sex, whatever. And they are just propelled into that because that's where they come from. That you never really break away from that. It's an exception, you could be the exception and you can break away from that and start thinking for yourself, change your life, change your politics, etc. And that's what happened to Amber Rose. She kind of woke up and she started doing research, and she came out and publicly said that she was a Trump supporter. What?
Yeah.
And then Candace Owens did an interview with Amber Rose after that speech that she did. And I watched that as well. And I was just in complete shock how somebody can go from somebody like her, somebody like Amber, and completely like do a 360. And I guess that's how people view us as, well, I used to be a very spiritual Jehovah's Witness, and then 360 wake up, and now I'm, like I'm a heretic in their eyes, like I'm celebrating holidays and I'm I'm doing things that I would have never done, but it's because I'm free now. Like I'm mentally free to make my own decisions. And I guess I kind of felt like that with Amber. And then now with Gloria, I guess that's how it is for them in the political world when they see somebody who was a Democrat and they won the seat or they won the vote, and then they do a switch and they say, oh, I'm this. That gets me.
Well, and it takes a lot of courage for them to do it, even when they do see it. And we can really relate to them. We know some people, they end up staying in the witnesses, even though they know what the truth really is. They stay because of family or friends or whatever. They can't, or their kids. They can't leave right away. They have to stay and put up with it, but they know in their heart what the right thing is. So maybe they'll covertly say something that um, that does the right thing, or that gives other people a hint. So it
Mhm.
definitely takes a lot of courage, because you know yourself, you lose a lot when you have to make a stand and leave for something that you believe in. And those people, um, well, I'll tell you, my daughter, she had been in the Libertarian Party,
Mhm.
and when um, she made a stand against these, um, they have actually in the Libertarian Party, um, that children of all ages are sexual beings.
What?
So yeah, of all ages, babies are sexual beings, and
Oh, hell
you know,
no.
yeah, and so when she saw that, she spoke out and she was like, this is wrong. You
Mhm.
know, children under 16 cannot be, like, somebody can't be a predator on them.
Right, right. It's
And
not
um,
consensual. Right.
but their feeling is no, a 3-year-old can be with somebody. Anybody
No,
can be with somebody. Yeah, yeah, that
that's
was how they
crazy.
felt. So she was asked to leave the Libertarian Party, and people went after her. They hacked her emails, they hacked her text, they hacked her website. They the, she People were following her. It was it was dangerous for her, and that's when she went to the back back to the Republican Party, and
Wow.
um and and she saw that there was much more in the Republican Party that was what aligned with her. It's and that's, some
Mm.
people are really just so crazy when it comes to their political aspirations. So um this is off the topic, but I'm going to tell you anyway. My
Mhm.
my brother, he was playing some video games. You know how ads will pop up?
Mhm.
This ad popped up for Sniper 3D. It was in this game. It was snipers killing a person that looked like Trump.
Wow. No, that's
That this is that
crazy.
game. Yeah, yeah, and there's like audio with it saying, kill him, shoot him."
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's crazy.
yeah. So um anyway, bringing it back to the subject at hand. It's powerful when people uh change their political party and go to Trump. Like, look at what happened with Elon Musk when he stood up for Trump. That really made a big difference in the United States. People were amazed, and he really there's a video of um, Carlson, Tucker Carlson interviewing him,
Mhm.
and and Tucker Carlson is saying, you know, you're effed really bad
Mhm.
if Trump doesn't win.
Oh my goodness, yes. So we got Gigi
Love,
and we got
love your
Jimmy. Hey
hat
guys.
there.
Yeah, I ain't afraid to wear it.
Only has a red hat. Oh, jeez.
I ain't afraid to wear it.
Is that 2020 or 2024, Jimmy?
It's 2020 because we ain't fixed that yet.
Oh Lord. Well, here we go. You're gonna get me a strike now.
I'm not going to talk about it, but let's just
Well,
say
look,
every other conspiracy that we've talked about has come true. So that's all I'm going to say.
hey Jimmy, I agree with you. He won that. He won that election.
Yeah,
Hands down.
we don't want it. We don't want to get Ruby a strike because she will get a strike if we talk about it. But let's
Oh,
just say
really?
let's
Oh,
just
I
say
didn't know.
yeah, let's just say the math wasn't mathing back then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Actually, so after Gloria did that in the podium and she said that she was gonna switch her party,
Yeah.
after I saw Amber Rose and she did a whole 360 with her situation and she went on Candace Owens and she continued talking about it. People are getting bold enough to actually say things in public nowadays, and I see the shift. They're not afraid anymore, I would say, to actually go against the narrative and just like just because I'm Spanish, that doesn't mean I can't support him. Just because I'm black doesn't mean I can't support him. Like when Joe Biden said, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. I thought that was the craziest, most racist thing that anybody can say, let alone somebody who was running for president, that if you don't vote for him, you're not really black. You're not really.
Yeah.
What did Barack Obama do this week?
Oh
What did
my
he
gosh.
do?
Oh, you haven't seen that?
Hello, Jimmy. I've been all over the state of Florida. I had to evacuate my house.
He basically was speaking in front of black men, and basically they weren't brothers if they weren't voting for Kamala.
What?
Go look it up. Yeah. Oh, he got he got major backlash for it.
You're not my daddy.
Yeah.
That was
And I'm gonna tell you right now, if they were winning, they wouldn't pull old Barack Obama out to go do stuff. So
Or-
that right there shows that they are in complete panic mode, and it's wonderful.
Or
Okay.
Clinton.
Yeah,
They did the same. They had Clinton come out.
Yep.
And he messed things. What's worse, Ruby, is that
Mhm.
both Obama and Clinton ruined things. They made it worse for Harris.
Are you enjoying the movie yet?
Oh my God! Is it
I'm telling you.
this one where he was? Which one was it? Is it this
the
one?
one? It looks like the one on the left.
This
That
one?
one. I think so.
I'm going to go ahead and just say some truths that you don't like.
You might want to take it off the fast speak.
My understanding, based on reports I'm getting from campaigns and communities, is that we have not yet seen the same kinds of energy and turnout in all quarters of our neighborhoods and communities as we saw when I was running. Now, I also want to say that seems to be more pronounced with the brothers. So if you don't mind, Mr. President, I'm going to speak to you all right and say that when you have a choice that is this clear, then on one hand, you have somebody who grew up like Elvis.
For you, the audio is horrible.
Understands the struggles and pain and joy that comes from those experiences. Who's had to work hard and do more. And entrepreneurs other side, you have someone who has consistently shown disregard, not just for the communities, but for you as a person. And you're thinking about sitting down. But, you know, and you're coming up with all kinds of reasons and excuses. I've got a problem with it because part of it makes me think, I'm speaking to you indirectly, part of it makes me think that, well, you just aren't feeling the idea of having a woman as president. And you're coming up with other alternatives and other reasons for it.
Wow. Okay, I'm gonna have to look more into that because that,
Yeah, that audio was horrible.
yeah, that really was.
You might be able
Like,
to do a quick. You might be able to do a quick search on Twitter, real quick. Obama says, or Obama bashes brothers, and you might get a better quality video and a shorter one where he just says something about that.
wow.
I tell you what,
Okay.
I tell you what, if you'd like, I'll talk a little bit about the switching of parties real quick. If you want to go look that up and see if you
Okay.
find it, give my
Mhm.
thought on this, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead. Mhm.
Okay, so I think what a lot of people are failing to realize is a lot of folks just think it's Republican versus Democrat. What people don't realize, there's factions in each of the Republican and Democratic Party. So let me explain. You have the ones, let's start with the left. You have the ones that are on the far left that want socialistic programs in our government. They're just really, really left wing. They want, just boys and girls bathrooms. They want immigration. They just want everything that goes against the Constitution and against the Republic. That's what that far left wants. Then you have your regular Democrats that they believe in the social aspect of some of the things, but they tend to lean conservative when it comes to financial things. Because if you're a millionaire and you have a business and you're a Democrat, a regular Democrat, then you're going to espouse for some conservative values when it comes to financial stuff, because that would affect your business. Ergo, Elon Musk. All right. And then you have ones like RFK, who has basically said, I didn't leave the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party left me. So what that meant is the folks that were JFK Democrats, they were right here, but the majority of the party went so far left that they couldn't recognize their own party.
Right.
All right.
Okay.
Any thought on that before I go to the other side?
Yeah, I think I found it here. It's only 1 minute and 30 seconds. Maybe this audio is better.
Is that we have not yet seen the same kinds of energy and turnout in all quarters of our neighborhoods and communities as we saw when I was young. Now, I also want to say that that seems to be more pronounced with the brothers.
But
So,
brothers,
because I'm going to speak to y'all and say that when you have a choice that is this clear, on one hand, you have somebody who grew up like Rosie, went to college with you, understands the struggles and pain and joy that comes from those experiences. You have to work hard and do more and overcome and achieves the second highest office in the land.
Okay, so yeah, he was like talking down to them.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And he received major backlash on X. And from who? A lot of black guys.
Yeah, because they're not falling for Kamala, and he's trying to make it into a gender thing, like all because she's a woman.
Yeah, and it's identity politics is what he's playing right there.
And he was also telling them, you have to do this because I did this, so you have to do it because of me.
Yep.
And they're not going to do that.
But one of the things that Jimmy and Bonnie was talking about, the children and stuff, and Barack Obama here and Kamala, what they're not doing is they're not empowering the people. They're not giving you the power. So look, like if you look at my comment that I just put, it was from a website. This guy's a food scientist, and he asked, "Is appeal a byproduct of genetically modified oils is being sprayed on organic produce?" Yes, it is. It's nasty stuff. And they're putting it in food that the kids eat in lunch programs. So hence we have Kennedy. Kennedy could not get anything done with the Democrats. Think about this, Ruby. You're Robert Kennedy. You're John F. Kennedy's nephew. And you're going to Congress saying, these kids are eating poison. Stop this.
Right.
And only Donald J. Trump and the Republican Party are saying, yeah, we'll work with you. And guess who says, well, we want out of the Republican Party? George Bush and Dick Cheney. Don't you find that very interesting? So this is why you have to switch parties, because it's not that the Republicans are better, but in 2024, the Republican Party is the only party that is willing to listen to you and get things done. And that's what Robert Kennedy wants to do. We all have different issues that we need to get done. But, I'm happy that we're dealing with a group of people that want to listen to your grievances, because the Constitution talks about that. Air your grievances, and let's see if we can fix it.
Go ahead, Jimmy.
What folks need to do is they need to look back at the history of the United States and understand exactly how many parties there have been throughout the history of the United States, because it hasn't always just been Democratic and Republican. And so I highlighted the Democratic side of things, and this is where I'll offer a counterpoint to Gigi, because Gigi keeps saying the Republican Party. However, the Republican Party has its own issues. Because you have rhinos in the Republican Party, like your Mitt Romneys, your Cheneys, your Bushes, your McCain, all those guys, because those guys hold the water for the far left side of the Democratic Party. That's why they're called rhinos. And the thing is if we go back to what JFK said, that it will be infiltration instead of invasion, what these socialistic folks have done is they've infiltrated the Republican Party as it was, and caused these problems in the Republican Party. That's why you always felt like you were voting for the lesser of two evils. Okay? Because that was the case. But here in the last 8 years, and it started back in 2010, 2011 with the birth of the Tea Party. Now, yeah, the Tea Party had constitutional values, but there were some issues there because there were some people that took advantage of that for their own benefit, and make it look like they were these super Republicans. Well, it wasn't until Trump came along that people started to realize, hey, this isn't a transfer of power from one political party to the next. If you listen to his inauguration speech in 2017, he says those words. What do those words mean when he says, we are not transferring power from one political party to another? We are transferring it from the government to you, the people.
Right.
And people need to understand that and what that actually means. So what you have right now in the Republican side of things, or the right side of things, is you have MAGA, Make America Great Again. MAGA has become that true Republican Party that Gigi wants to talk about. But you've got to be able to put in that there's differences there. Because how many of these Republicans, when they had a chance to back a bill or back a Trump proposal, how many of them fought him on that?
Exactly.
It was not a united front. So that's what folks need to understand. You just can't say Republican and Democrat, because there's different factions in each. So right now, you have the normal Democrats, the centrist Democrats, moderate Democrats, that their values are lining up with the MAGA Republicans. And you know this is true, because how many times has Biden come out, or any of his surrogates, and said, "Oh, those MAGA Republicans, they're a threat to democracy." They don't say, "Oh, those Republicans are a threat." They don't say that. They say, "Oh, it's those MAGA Republicans. They're the deplorables." Why? Why are they attacking the MAGA side of things? Because they know that when the moderate Democrats line up with the MAGA side of things, they're cooked. And that's why you have Barack Obama coming out, Bill Clinton coming out, because they know the internal polls. That's why they're out.
Right. Yeah. You could tell the desperation. I could totally tell it. And it's not the same fire as it did with Obama. I can feel that, because I remember watching, like, oh my God, this is going to be the first Black president. And that's all we could think about. I don't remember any policy. I don't remember anything that man said. Just the fact that he was a Black man got people voting for him. And that really was all it took for like the people around me that I saw. Which is kind of which is the exact same reason why I don't do identity politics anymore, because I saw what happened back then. I was like, just because he's Black, you're voting for him? That doesn't make any sense. Same thing with Kamala. Just because she's a woman, I gotta vote for her? Absolutely not. And then, like I told you guys last time, I would even go a step further. I would never vote for a woman for a political position, and that's just my opinion. I think the leadership should be left to men. But aside from that, the question that I had before in the beginning of the stream was, why don't people register for the party that they truly are? Like you just said, there's a lot of factions within each side of the spectrum, but they kind of hide in the two big ones, blue or red. Why don't they just come out with who they really are?
Why? I can answer that with a question. Why doesn't a bank robber show his face?
Because he doesn't want anybody to know who he really is.
You've answered the question.
But why? Why is it that they don't want to at least register?
Because that goes back to the power and the control and the systematic destruction of the constitutional republic. They don't want people to see the robbery that they're committing.
Yeah, and you know what? The other angle of looking at it is that Jesus Christ had a Judas Iscariot. You know, I mean, George Washington had a Benedict Arnold. And Jesus Christ told us that he was going to plant good seed, and who comes at night? I mean, this is the story of our lives, and you don't understand this till you're 50, 60 years old. And you're like, all of my life I've been living with these guys and they're traitors, but you grew up together, and it's not till later that you see it. So like the Lindsey Grahams, the John McCains, they all said they were Republicans, but they really were of the fold, like birds of a feather flock together. They really were, you know, this is why they were embarrassed to use the language of the MAGA. They're embarrassed because the MAGA people call a spade. We call this a republic. That's why Lindsey Graham and Barack Obama and rhinos, they say they're a danger to our democracy. Remember, like I told you, we are no part of the world.
Right, exactly.
They're telling you the truth that Barack Obama doesn't believe in the republic. He believes in the democracy, his government. and we're not included. We are not included in the
Okay,
party.
okay. I understand. Okay, I understand that part. But even for them in Congress, people for running for office, why is it never independent or green or libertarian people winning or Constitution people winning? Like, why is it always just the blue and the red? Why do they have to mask their true politics and
Because
register for the bigger party?
because they can't have other people getting involved if they want total control over everything. They want
There's
a
not
central.
enough of them to
They
have the power.
they want a centralized government. That's all it is. And you can't have. It's just like with this thing with Kamala. They would not have an open primary for somebody to replace Kamala because they couldn't afford to have all these other voices out there. They wanted the control, so they just appointed her.
Okay, and if that's how
They,
if that go ahead, Bonnie. Go ahead.
well, they want the whole country to be a mirror of what California is.
Correct.
California is a single party state.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in California, the Democrats have all of the power. They run everything. They're in control of who sits where and who does what and who's the next person to get elected. And they want that for the entire country.
Yep.
Okay, okay, yeah, I get that.
But
Go ahead.
Rudy, you bring out a good point because you are right. I'm going to give you two names: Ross Perot and Jesse the Body Ventura, WWF wrestler who became a governor in Minnesota or Michigan, Minnesota, I think. But anyways, these are both independents. They were both independents, and they reached the pinnacle. So the American people do love the independents. What happens is the Democrats and the Republicans are so damn good at what they do that they destroy this movement of independence. And also we are to blame a little bit because we eat our own. You know, we see somebody like, you know, Jesse the Body Ventura, and he's not polished or anything, and then we start nitpicking him. But in the essence, I do believe, Ruby, you're right in that the great majority of us have that spirit. We do want to be independent. But yes, the Republicans and Democrats are very smart and they know how to squash that spirit.
And that's where we go back to the phrase the uniparty.
Yes.
Right.
So
Okay. I totally understand that. Okay, but even if all of that is true, right? I'm kind of coming from the perspective of new people, right? Like new blood, new generation coming into Congress or running for office. Why don't they register as they are? Let's say libertarian, independent, whoever. Run and win as that, right? Like how Gigi just said, some of them have won, some of them have made it that far. Why don't more and more people do that? More third-party voters, more of the country picking third, fourth, fifth options than just the first two. There should be more people running from different parties for a seat, and they should be able to win. Why don't they do that themselves?
Well, up until now, that's not been even an option because the uniparty would squash it, like Gigi said. But I think as we go along in the future, and not that far distant future, you're going to see more of that. You're going to. I'm gonna go ahead and put a prediction out, and y'all can write it down. I think within 4 years, the Democratic Party we know as of right now will not exist, and right behind them, I think the Republican Party that you know was as of right now will not exist, because the parties are designed to divide the people. If we have no parties and it's just America first, then you can have a Tulsi Gabbard or Elon Musk or RFK. You can have those guys running for president. You can have the constitutional dude, Terry Leach or whatever his name was. He can be able to run, and people can make that decision for themselves if you get rid of the two-party system. That's what has to happen. And that, I'm telling you, I think we're headed that way.
Okay, just really quickly, Firecracker says back to her question, because she's never voted before. She's asking me if I said if I'm registered as a Democrat, you can't vote for a Republican. I don't understand that. So some states have closed primaries. That's the only way you can't vote for a different person if they're on an opposite party. So if I want to vote for somebody who's Republican, I'm forced to register as a Republican to vote in the closed primaries. But the general election, I can vote for president or for whoever I want. It doesn't matter what party. And that's another thing. Why do they do closed primaries? Because to me, everybody should be able to vote for anybody. Like, why am I forced just because I'm in Florida?
So that's part of the two-party system. I mean, it's like let me see if a good way to explain this to you guys. It's okay. So it's like two baseball teams.
I was thinking
okay.
Baseball teams. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like two baseball teams.
Mhm.
All right. So what do you have? The Major League Baseball team,
Mm-hmm.
and then you have the AAA teams, right?
Correct.
Mhm.
All right. And then the Major League team pulls from the AAA team to fill their roster.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So let's say that the Atlanta Braves, they can only draw from the Atlanta Braves minor league system.
Mhm.
This is a closed part. I'm explaining a closed party. So
Mhm.
then you got the New York Mets. They say, well, yeah, we got to draw from our team.
Mhm.
An open primary would be to where the Atlanta Braves could draw from the New York Mets and vice versa. That's not cool. I don't agree with an open primary. I don't think Democrats should be voting for a Republican nominee. I don't think the Republicans should be able to vote for a Democratic nominee in the primaries.
Correct, because the American League should only vote for the American League. The National League should only vote for the National League, like in a sporting team. And
Right.
then you go to the World Series, and that's the open primary.
So let me explain how this works. I can't remember exactly what state it is.
Mhm.
Oh, I want to say it's Pennsylvania. But when Trump was having the primary, that's earlier this spring, that's why they wanted Nikki Haley to stay in. Because if it's an open primary, then all those Democrats are going to go into the primary and vote for Nikki Haley.
Okay.
How is that fair?
Okay.
So, hey, now,
Oh.
Ruby, I wanted to answer your question earlier, and it had to do with, the best example would be Ron Paul. Like, why
Mhm.
didn't he run as an independent, which he did before, or he changed parties
Mhm.
too. But see, Ron Paul was a realist, and everybody knows his credentials. He's straight up guy. Since the 1970s, he's the same guy. He has not
Mhm.
changed. Anyways, make a long
Mhm.
story short, it's real simple. In his district in Texas, they still need to fix the roads. They still need to fix the bridges. So a lot of people who run as Democrat Republicans, even though they may have an independent spirit, like
Mhm.
you wish, they're also realists in that I still got to get the money to my district because my district has taxpayers. But here's the thing. The reason you have an American gold eagle or an American silver eagle in your pocket is because it was illegal for you to have gold, believe it or not, before you were born. Way before you were born in the 60s and early 70s, you could not have gold, and every American that had gold was doing it illegally. They just kept quiet. And so Ron Paul, everybody that's listening that has a gold coin or a silver coin today, you can thank Ron Paul. So that's the whole thing, is that can you be an independent and still be a Republican, or can you be an independent? Like, say, for example, you're Hispanic, right? And you really line up with Trump, but you might have to run as a Democrat just to win the ticket. But and that happens a lot. So, but you have an agenda. You want to get X, Y, Z done, and then you want to go home. So there has been a lot of people like that get things done, and they went along, but they got things done in the process.
And that's why you have so many on both sides, to where somebody would run and make all these promises that would solidify the base or unite the base, and then once they get in the office, they don't do a damn thing they said they were going to do.
Oh yeah, I don't understand that either. So like the trust goes down because
Yeah.
now how can I trust that person if they are in this broad party like the blue and the red and they're not more smaller? Because in my opinion, I like when somebody's like 2016 Trump. He was crazy. He was out there. He said it was on his mind. Now I kind of feel like he's self-censoring. He's like laid back. Maybe the assassination attempt got him a little woozy. Like, I don't know. I feel like the fire's not there the way that it used to be. But then when I see Randall Terry from the Constitution Party, he's like energy and vibrant, and he gets me going, and he's talking about abortion. He's talking about everything. And it's kind of like I identified more with Randall. I was like, yes, this guy is hardcore. He's not afraid to say things, and he's about that life. He's like the Constitution, and like it kind of gave me that American feeling again.
I get that. Let me share a little perspective on that from what I see when it comes to Trump and this way he's doing. 2016, he got the attention of the world.
Mhm.
Okay. He had to do that. Okay.
Yeah.
And we all know that we're in the middle of a war. We are in a war. There's no question about that. It's just not a shooting war. I've said that many times.
Right.
So here's the thing. We know we are winning this information war. So we know we're strong. So when you're fighting a war, there is a book, the Art of the War by Sun Tzu.
Mhm.
And there's a phrase in there that says, appear strong when you are weak, but appear weak when you are strong. So Trump is showing he's appearing weak because we're winning. We're strong at the moment. He doesn't have to do the
Right.
2016 Trump, because 2016 Trump had to get people to wake them up.
Right. Okay, I get where you're coming from. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, so there is one thing that I wanted to share with everybody, also this video, because when I saw Gloria, talking about what she was saying, like the Democratic is no longer, what it was, or she made certain comments about like she's done with it, and then she did that little interview. It reminded me of when Tulsi said it, and Tulsi did it because this was around the time that she was running for president too, and we really liked Tulsi. If she was running, she was probably the only woman that I would go for, because I really don't like women in politics, but I love Tulsi. So I wanted to play this video of her departure.
I can no longer remain in today's Democratic Party that's under the complete control of an elitist cabal of warmongers who are driven by cowardly wokeness, who divide us by racializing every issue and stoking anti-white racism, who actively work to undermine our God-given freedoms that are enshrined in our Constitution, who are hostile to people of faith and spirituality, who demonize the police but protect criminals at the expense of law-abiding Americans, who believe in open borders, who weaponize the national security state to go after their political opponents, and above all, who are dragging us ever closer to nuclear war. Now, I believe in a government that's of the people, by the people, and for the people. Unfortunately, today's Democratic Party does not. Instead, it stands for a government that is of, by, and for the powerful elite. I'm calling on my fellow common sense, independent-minded Democrats to join me in leaving the Democratic Party. If you can no longer stomach the direction that the so-called woke Democratic Party ideologues are taking our country, and I invite you to join me.
Yep. She's right.
Yeah.
That was the most powerful departure that I can think of. When Tulsi said what she said,
Mhm.
she didn't leave no crumbs. She ate that. I was like, wow, Tulsi is so inspirational. Like,
She's 100% correct.
I really like her. But then I was just thinking now, do you know of anybody on the Republican side that has done something like this and like did a video or something and completely switched parties?
Not of that stature.
Okay, because the only person who I can think of is Liz Cheney, I believe, the blonde woman.
And I think there was Charlie Crist, the guy from Florida, the governor. Didn't he switch over from Republican to Democrat? Charlie Crist.
Okay. I'm gonna have to look that up because I was thinking like modern times. That's the only woman who supposedly is Republican, and she's over here talking on behalf of Kamala and saying that she's gonna vote for Kamala.
Oh yeah, that's Liz. Yeah, of course Liz is doing that because she's a freaking rhino and a traitor to this country, and should be spending time at Gitmo right now.
Yeah, I knew you were gonna say that.
If she hasn't already. Anyway.
Bonnie, were you gonna say something?
No, I just totally agree with what Jimmy said.
Okay, yes,
Nailed it.
she's a rhino.
I
Okay,
wanna go-
fire.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, go ahead.
Hey, Ruby,
Um,
I wanted to chime in on this because I just put I just commented, and it's from I think it's Mark chapter 9. The apostles were jealous because there's 12, right? And they're like, hey man, those guys are trying to do miracles and they're trying to do our job. And remember, Jesus says, do not stop them. He said, for whoever is not against us is for us. So this is the thing about Tulsi Gabbard and Kennedy. Listen, I don't agree with Tulsi Gabbard, Kennedy. I'm not with Elon Musk and all these. But one thing I do know is they're not against me. They love America. They love brothers and sisters. So we have differences. So I have to work with them. But this is the difference. We know who hates America and we know who loves America. Tulsi Gabbard and company, they love America. That's why you need to switch party and become a Republican. Because when you're a Republican, you love the Republic. You love America. And expect to fight. Expect to get into disagreements. But we work together because we're not against each other. We're right. So Jesus was right again. And this is where I think Donald Trump, Donald Trump is not a religious guy, but this is the kind of guy Donald Trump is. He understands those words of Jesus Christ. No one is against Donald Trump. I can yell and scream at Donald Trump about something that I'm passionate about and drink a Diet Coke with him afterwards. Another guy would drink a beer with him. But that's the kind of person he is. When you can't have that with the Democrats, they'll just fellowship you. They'll put you on a watch list. Look what they did at Tulsi Gabbard. They put her on a watch list for the airport.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
So those words are very powerful. He goes, whoever is not against us is for us. Whoever loves America is with us. We have more in common than we have differences.
Yeah, I think when it comes to Trump, a lot of folks don't know this either because they didn't watch it or the news just doesn't show it. But there was a moment on The Apprentice where there was a contestant on there and they were in the boardroom and they had their conversation. And then Trump asked this guy, he's like, are you a homosexual? And the guy said, yes, Mr. Trump, I am a homosexual. And Trump said, okay. He's like, well, that's why a restaurant has lobster and steak. People can choose what they want. He said that. But if you hear the media, they will deem him as being anti-gay, anti-this. He doesn't freaking care.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that. Really quickly, I wanted to come to Firecracker's comment. She says that she has a new license and she's never chosen a party. I think her state was Oregon. And she said like they use the license as like a passport. It's you can use it for that. And then she said when you sign up for a new license that it automatically registers you to vote. And then she says that she got a new license, but she never chose a party. Would that mean they would list her as an independent? would that mean that she can vote either way? Because somebody else said in the comments that if you are independent, you can vote either way. I'm gonna have to look into that,
No,
and I'm gonna
it's,
have to look
Are we-
into that.
no,
Is she
it's,
talking about a primary or the general?
see, that's the thing.
Okay,
In the
okay,
general,
firecracker.
firecracker, in the general, you can vote however you want. You can type in your name for president if you want. In the
Yeah.
general, but in the primary, it's when they're getting ready. It's the process. They're going to pick the winner, and that's where you cannot participate because you haven't chosen which team you want to play on, the National or the American League. But you will be able to play in the World Series. You just can't play in the regular season.
Since a lot of people they know sports, it's like a playoff bracket.
Yeah.
You got to have the division series first. You got to have Democrats versus Democrats and Republicans versus Republicans. And there's going to be a winner of that bracket that moves on to face each other in the World Series.
Okay, I understand it now completely.
Okay.
Now, okay. So, question: when you register to vote, do you have to choose a party? Is it like mandatory?
No.
Okay.
No.
I always wondered about that because when I was registering to vote in 2018, I think I did it online, and I had to choose one.
Well,
And
here's the thing. If you don't choose one, or let's say you're independent or you're non-registered, then you have to see what the rules are for that state when it comes to primaries. Will they accept, will the Republican Party, will they accept people that are non-registered to vote in the Republican Party? That's just got to be a rule of that state. And I don't know what the rules of each state is.
Okay. So it's very important, everybody in the chat, check out the laws in your state because yes, indeed, in Florida, you have to pick a party to vote for that person in
Correct.
that party.
Correct.
So that's why I was debating whether or not I should switch my party. And that's what I thought everybody was going to talk about. Because after I saw the free and equal presidential debates, and they have another one coming up, I'm going to do a watch party. I really, like deep down in my heart, I really want to switch my party to Constitution Party. But if I switch, I won't be able to vote for Republican politicians in closed primaries.
Correct. Which means that if there's a MAGA candidate, you couldn't vote for the MAGA candidate.
I would have to switch back before the deadline and then vote for that person and then switch again if I wanted to. But I'm kind of debating this in the back of my head. So I wanted to ask you guys, what do you think I should do? Because in the back of my head, I'm thinking I want my vote to really count for something. Even if people say, oh, that's a protest vote, or if you vote third party, Kamala's going to win. Like, I know all the talking points like that. But deep down in my heart, I feel like I would be voting based on my faith and my morals for Randall Terry, Constitution Party.
For the general, you don't have to do anything.
Right. I know that. I know that. But deep down inside, I say I'm a constitutionalist. I love that platform, what they talk about, their policy, everything that they stand for. Do you think I should switch my party?
That's a decision you'll have to make in 26.
Yes. Hello, Jesse. What's your name now? I can't read it. My laptop is too small.
Daniel Webster Gonzalez.
To answer the question about Donald Trump being not being in the ballot in Oregon, that's not true. He's not in a guide, a pamphlet that was mailed out, but he will be in the actual ballot where you vote.
Oh, okay.
So to answer that question, he's still there.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm still thinking about it. I'm still debating whether or not I wanted to switch because I don't feel, I mean, like I told you guys before, oh, I'm not a Republican, yada yada. And then, Gigi came on and Jesse. I get where you're coming from. I totally get it. But when I look on, okay, you know how people say, oh, if you're a Catholic, then you can't be a Democrat because those two things they conflict with one another because the Democrats are pro-abortion, etc. So that's kind of how I feel. I feel like I want to be the most pro-life. I want to be an abolitionist. I want to be I want to be that strong convicted voter type of person, like, and I really would want to switch to Constitution, because that's where I feel like I am the most like aligned with Constitution Party. I don't feel that way with Republican Party.
Hey, you know what? You just proved that you're not Mexican.
What does that mean?
Because Mexican Americans in the West,
Yeah.
California, Arizona, the majority, probably 90% Catholic, are Democrats.
Right.
So-
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
The abortion does not register in their
Right.
head.
And I'll tell you too, Ruby, as far as the whole Constitution thing, the MAGA side of the Republican Party, we're all about the Constitution.
Right.
And we chased Dick Cheney out. So this is the thing. You know how a farmer uses a hammer? Like me, I'm probably the least Republican, because one of my favorite speakers is our Democrats. You know, like John F. Kennedy, Robert Kennedy, Martin Luther King. Some great speakers. I hold them at equal with Ronald Reagan, with Abraham Lincoln. Some great speakers. But here's the thing: the Republican Party is like a hammer that a carpenter uses. It's just a tool. It's all it is. You got to see it.
Right.
It's just a tool we use to get things done. That's all. And that's what Robert Kennedy sees. That's what Tulsi Gabbard sees. Right now, we're Republicans, but we are constitutionalists. We are conservative.
Yeah.
But right now, the battle for freedom, if you were like an angel that was flying through the air and you could fly through time, you would see that the spirit of freedom, the spirit of America, resided in different camps at different times. For example, in 1860, it resided in the Republican Party. Maybe in 1787, it didn't reside anywhere because it landed in this man who was no party named George Washington. But then we fly to the time of Teddy Roosevelt, or we fly to the time of Ronald Reagan. It resided in different things. Right now in 2024, the spirit of freedom resides in the Republican ticket. That's all. It's just that simple. Yeah, there's a time and a place for everything, Ecclesiastes says. There's a time to be a Democrat. There's a time. Like, for instance, if I could go back in time, I would have a hard time picking Nixon or Kennedy.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, it just brings out a good point, because you have to switch party if you're a Democrat, or at least just vote for Republican. Because look, this weekend I was at my high school reunion, right? My 10-year high school reunion. Yes. But anyways, make a long story short, the mayor was there, or former mayor. I don't know. He's a Republican mayor. I went to school with him.
Mhm.
Hi, Gilbert. Hi, whatever. I forget his name on purpose. I don't like him. He don't like me. But I'm hanging out with two black guys that are gay, and we're laughing up a storm and we're drinking, and everyone's looking at us funny because we're laughing and belching. And and I have more in common with the Republican mayor, but I don't like him. So if you're watching this, you don't have to like Donald Trump. You don't have to like the Republicans. But that's the only place that you're going to get something done, like the right to try. Donald Trump got you the right to try.
Yep.
You're terminally ill. See, it's like my weekend. I don't like the mayor. I went to high school with him. I don't like a lot of Republicans, but I'll get things done. And I put aside my feelings. That's why the road to hell is paved with your feelings.
Yep.
You got to put your feelings aside.
That's why I have a shirt and it says Trump 2020, F your feelings.
Yep. That nailed it.
Okay. And
Because too many people get caught up in their feels.
right. Okay. I can admit that
Are
right
you
now.
more confused, Ruby?
No. It's breaking down that mental barrier, because I'm on Twitter a lot, right? And people say you would be compromising on your faith or your beliefs if you vote for somebody who's not 100% no abortion. Like, for example, one issue. So they focus on a lot of one issue stances that they make you feel as if you're Catholic or you're religious or you're this or you're that, then you would be staunch, like you would be no 100% absolutely not, because Trump was talking about IVF and we're against that. He was talking about different things, flippy floppy on Amendment 4 for Florida. He was talking about Amendment 3, like a bunch of things that me personally, I would be like, absolutely not. I consider that a drug. I consider this murder. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm convicted in that. So for me, voting for Trump kind of switched for me because I became more religious, or I became more spiritual. Like I was believing in God more. So I felt like I need my vote to match my faith or my morals or this or that. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like I'm breaking that a little bit. And I don't feel like I want to compromise on one thing because of one thing I don't like from Trump or whoever is running.
Well, that goes
And
back to the whole thing that I talk about with me and John. Me and John, we don't agree on everything, but we agree on 90% of the stuff where we can get stuff done and we can accomplish things and have great conversations and come to an understanding of each other. We don't, just because I don't agree with him on 5 to 10% of the stuff he believes in, doesn't mean I'm abandoning my morals or anything.
right.
Yeah,
And Jesse
it
said,
goes,
stop going to Twitter.
it
Go ahead,
goes
Bonnie.
back to, it goes back to one of the big differences between the Republican Party and the Democratic Party as it stands now. And with the Democratic Party, if you're not with them, you're against them completely.
Oh, yeah.
And you're not going to get anything done. They want to rule you, and they want to rule the rest of the United States. That's why they have such a big push with censorship.
Yep.
I mean, they want to censor everyone and everything. And I think that that's one of the big things that, for me, that's important. Is I don't want everybody telling me what I have to believe or what I have to do.
Exactly.
You look at in England, where people can't speak against the government at all, they get put in jail. And that's what they want to do here.
Mhm.
They want to make it illegal for you to say anything that is derogatory against the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
You say something, you're going to get put in jail.
And you know what?
That's why Hillary Clinton and AOC came out last week and they were saying, and you can go look this up, we got to get a control on this media. We've got to start censoring some stuff. They didn't use the word censor, but we got to get control, because if we don't, we are going to totally lose control.
Yeah, or lose total control.
Lose total control. That's what Hillary said.
Mm-hmm.
So they're telling you right there that they want to control you. They want to control the information you receive. Shouldn't that be a red flag?
Yeah,
Democrats.
And Ruby, and back in should be a red flag, because in 2016, because you're the one that brought up Cardi B, right? But in like 2016, I remember vividly, there was this, I don't know who the rapper was. I don't follow the rapper. And she was a woman, young rapper. And she goes, Donald Trump is full of S-H-I-T. She said it really. And the reporter was giddy, like so happy, because, they got that clip. And then the rapper goes, and tell me who isn't.
Uh-huh.
And the reporter's like jaw opened up, and she right there says, I'm voting for Trump. So what she was trying to say is that, it's like Jesus says, you're looking at the straw in your brother's eyes, but you don't see the rapture. You don't think Donald Trump knows that he has problems? You don't think Donald Trump knows that he has 3 wives and all those kids? Right. But the kids are great kids. I mean, you have 3 husbands and with 3 different men and have good kids. I mean, that's an accomplishment. But the point is, everybody has problems. Elon Musk has problems. Tulsi Gabbard has stuff in her closet. We all do. And but like we said earlier, we all love America, and we got work to do. We can look past these things.
Hey, I want to share a story with you. This is a true story. A legislator, congressperson told me this story. This is a true story from a freshman legislator in our state. They were giving a speech, and when she sat down, another freshman legislator of the Democratic Party came up to her, and she told her, I really admire you guys. You guys can say whatever you want. The Democrat told the Republican, this is a true story.
Wow.
And she goes, what do you mean? They can't. The Democrat Party can't. They're told what to say,
Yeah.
what they can say. And see, that's the thing. People say that Republicans were messed up, but we're like cats. Have you ever tried to rustle cats? You can't. They're going to run all over the place. We have
Yeah.
freedom. We can run, but they're not. They're like sheep. The Democrats are sheep. They just go, "Wah." They go to
But
slaughter.
why? But why? They have freedom of speech. Why? Why is
No,
that?
because
That's
they're
because of the brainwash and the propaganda.
and they're aligned with the Communist Party has taken it over. It's been a long time coming. Our fathers have been telling this for the last 60, 70, 80
But
years.
what's the worst that can happen, even if one of them goes rogue on in their rules and they go off the board and they start talking how they really feel? What's the worst that can happen?
They
They
limit
can
your
get
funding.
killed.
They can get
Park
killed.
inside.
They know what party you went. They know who you slept with. They got pictures, everything. It's over. OVUR.
Yeah.
So what? Why would they allegedly get rid of you or make you
Well,
disappear? If
turn it
you
into
don't
the
Well,
Jehovah's
you,
Witness.
you
Turn it
can't
into a
ask
Jehovah's Witness.
anybody that. I'm sorry. You can't ask anybody that's been close to the Clintons. They're all dead.
Yeah. Dead men tell no tales.
Oh my
And
god, no,
that's
that's crazy.
part of the
Really,
joke,
I'm
but
dead
it's real.
serious.
It's
What
all
do the
about
others
the
It's
tell
party.
you?
true.
It's all about the organization. It's all about the party, the organization. The Watchtower organization, it's all about the organization. It's all about the party, the Communist Party.
Again,
They supreme.
what happens when a criminal syndicate takes over control of the government? Let's rephrase that. What happens when the mafia takes over the government? And what happens when you expose or speak out or fall out of line with the mafia? They kill you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you see that in Aurora? Did you see that in Aurora, Colorado, Jimmy? Where they got a video of the guy that was in the housing unit that does maintenance.
Yeah, I saw it.
And the Colombian gang just beat the hell out of him because they offered him a bribe to turn the other way. He said no. They immediately beat the hell out of him.
Yeah, I saw it.
These
So
thugs are for real. This is real. What is government, Ruby?
The function of a country.
Force. Government
Okay.
is force. Force. You got to understand that. That's what our founding fathers understood, that it's a force, and we must limit that force. Don't tread on me.
And that's why the Constitution was written by the people, us telling the government what they're allowed to do. So it's like you being a parent. You go
Right.
ahead and you draft up all the rules of the house because you know if you have no rules in a house and you've got 4 kids in there, what's going to happen to your house? You're going to have chaos.
Right.
So if
Right.
you write up a set of rules for the house and you be like, hey, kids, this is what we're doing. This is how we're doing. This is what you're allowed to do. This is what you're not allowed to do. That's what our founding fathers gave us.
Negative rights. The government has negative rights. We, the people, have rights. The
Exactly.
government-
We tell them how we want this country ran. But somewhere along the way, 1871, we forgot that.
I didn't catch that, Jimmy. What is that? In 1871?
Yeah. when,
thought-
when allegedly that
It's
we
not
the United
allegedly, baby. It's not allegedly. It's
What?
So
fact.
it was after Grant. It was after Grant.
Yeah.
It was it Jackson?
No, it was Grant. Grant was president during that time.
Wow.
Okay,
really-
well, I'm gonna have to see those facts. I'm gonna have to one
I'm
of these
telling
days
you.
see.
Yeah.
Talk bad about Jackson.
Yeah, Jackson was good. And see, the thing about Jackson, if you look at the history books, look at the way the history books portray Andrew Jackson. Just go look and tell me if you don't see any similarities between what the media has done to Trump.
Yeah.
They did the same thing.
Okay,
victory.
and what about this theory? I don't know if it's true or not, but I kind of heard that that's the reason why they put their faces on the bills because they were against the Federal Reserve or something like that. It was like a get back at them,
Yes.
putting them on their face of the dollar.
Oh, yeah.
Look who won. Yeah.
The central bank basically put their faces on there to make fun of them.
Okay, that's it was something to that effect. Is that
Yeah,
true or is
that's
that just
true.
a theory?
That's
It's true. You know how you know it's true? Because when John F. Kennedy was president, your quarter was 90% silver. The Federal Reserve put a bullet in his head, and then they come out with a commemorative coin with 40% silver, and they go, "Here's your silver, Kennedy."
yeah,
So these
Mm,
things
yeah.
can't be made up. They can't be made up. You don't make stuff like this up.
wow.
Mhm,
Oh, these people are evil,
mhm.
and people just and they don't know, and that's why it's so important that we do things like we're doing now. Is
Mm,
we speak out and we wake these people up. Because the more people that understand that we've been getting screwed by the government for so long, when are you going to get tired of getting bent over the rail?
That's what I'm saying, and I'll repeat this again. Do you think that we can vote our way out of this? I don't know.
Voting is just part of
Yeah.
getting us out of this, because there's
Yeah.
more going on the military. Remember,
Yeah.
it's a military civilian operation. So the civilian part is for us to speak out, vote, use our voices. Yes. But
Yes.
with that alone, would that alone get us out of this? No.
What will
Yeah.
get us out of it
We
is,
have to have the military civilian alliance.
and
Okay,
and one thing
but
that's happening that
okay, go
will
ahead,
help
Gigi.
is Donald Trump is on the bandwagon, and he knows because he said it that he's going to
Mhm,
give the education department back to the states. Donald
mhm.
Trump knows that the more you take away from Washington D.C. and you put in the state, what that answers your question. You go, Ruby, do we vote? Yes, because if California wants to stay California, you vote with your feet. So the answer
Right.
is let every 50 states be independent, and the people will choose where they want to live.
Yep.
Okay. So back to Jimmy, just to counter what you said about the alliance. Let's just say I don't believe that, or somebody
Okay.
doesn't believe that, and they feel a little bit like me. I don't think we can vote ourselves out of this, like you just said.
Right.
Corruption, mafia, they'll kill you if they have to. What what kind of empowerment do we have if when we try to push against that type of corruption, they're gonna kill us anyway?
Well, I have an answer to that. Maybe not the answer, but a opinion on that. Better said.
Okay.
Thomas Jefferson, uh, Jimmy, correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
Wasn't he the one who talked about an informed electorate?
Yes.
Okay, so therein lies a very important point. It's not so much the election, but an informed electorate.
Mhm.
So, for example, let's say we bring in 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 million illegal immigrants who don't know, they think the Constitution is a bar or a strip joint. Do you
Hmm.
think they're going to have an informed decision on their vote? No, they're
No.
going to vote for Santa Claus.
Hmm.
That's why Thomas Jefferson talked about an informed electorate. That's why Abraham Lincoln said, preach, preach, preach the Constitution from every
Mhm.
mountaintop.
Yep.
And that's why John F. Kennedy talked about the fire that burned inside Americans. They were all talking. Ronald Reagan never stopped teaching. Did you know that was one of the greatest things about Bill Clinton? Now, none of us would say Bill Clinton was a great human being. But
Mhm.
one of the great attributes that Bill Clinton, if you go back and watch the news every day, I used to watch the news every day. Bill Clinton used to come out every day and inform his side what's going on. He was a great teacher. That's what made Bill Clinton great. I remember during the 1992 campaign, it was driving everybody crazy because Lee Atwater had died. Lee Atwater tore up Jesse Jackson during the 1988 campaign. He tore up the Democratic fields. And he goes, read my lips, no new taxes. And he was just tearing up everybody. And then in 92, Bill Clinton would just come out and he was hammering George Bush because he was teaching.
Mm-hmm.
Even though what he was saying were lies, but he was doing it.
Well, it's not a lie if you believe it.
Mhm.
And going back to the informed electorate, this is why, like before, when you could only vote if you own real estate, it was the thing,
Mhm.
right? So if you own real estate, you're going to be very well informed, right? Because you own real estate. But
Right.
now you have all of, say, an 18-year-old kid, a 16-year-old kid is voting, and he wants to get paid $20 an hour. And in
Right.
Glendale, Arizona, there's a proposition where they're wanting to get paid $40 an hour to work at a hotel, like if there's a concert venue. So, so part of the problem is a lot of people say is you're giving people that shouldn't have the right to vote a voting, like
Yeah,
that's a different.
Yeah, to piggyback on that, guys, this is just me. Okay. So I think you should have to take a 20 question test or something before you can be registered to vote, because there's people out there, I'm sorry, they're stupid and they shouldn't be voting, but they have the right to vote. So be it. But that's what's gotten us in where we're at now. And you can think about it. The government has done everything they can to dumb us down so we don't know these things. So it's just not the person's fault that they're ignorant, just meaning lack of knowledge. We've been programmed to have a lack of knowledge.
Right.
Ruby, this is a perfect example.
So why did that happen? Why did the government do that? Because they knew, like Jefferson said, an informed electorate would keep away the tyrannical governments.
Correct. Like a perfect example of what Jimmy's saying is that for over 100+ years, the American people knew that you never voted for the United States Senator. Ruby, did you know that you didn't vote for the United States Senator until 1914 or something? And the states, so that your state would vote for the senator, and so the senator that went to the senator from Florida, he had to answer to the state. So the 10th Amendment says everything that the government has not been outlined to do. So that's what they would do. They would block everything. So what happened is like the Al Capone types and stuff, there was like this problem in Chicago where Chicago basically bribed and they ended up getting a senator, and so they used the news media to create a sensation. And so they said, well, we need to have everybody vote for the senator, the private people. No, the senator was supposed to be elected by the state legislature to block all of this spending that the government does right now.
Correct.
And that's what Jimmy's talking about. It's because they've been chipping away at it for over 100 years, and eventually the media was able to hoodwink the people. And
what happened is at the founding of our country in 1786, 1787, when Washington was presiding over the Continental Congress, they recessed to ratify it in the states. But if you buy your Constitution and you read it, you get to the preamble of the Bill of Rights, the preamble to the Bill of Rights. Read that. It's very important. In the preamble, it says that a few members of certain states found it necessary to include these amendments. So there was what happened to the United States Constitution is just like the Mexican Constitution, the Russian. They all talk about freedom of this, freedom of that. They all talk about it. But we enshrined it in the Bill of Rights. So there was some angry brothers who came in, brothers from maybe Tennessee, from Georgia, or from maybe they were Jimmy's relatives from North Carolina. But they said, no, we will not ratify it unless this. That's why the preamble is so beautiful. If you read it, you could see that there was a fight to ratify the Constitution. There was a lot of bickering, And so what happened, it was a miracle. A miracle took place, kind of like when the Magna Carta was written. It was a miracle of maybe spirit and physical coming into one document. And so what happened was with the Bill of Rights, it made it superior to everybody else's constitution in the planet. Ours is the best because we have the Bill of Rights. So since that day, we limited the role of government in our personal lives. Everybody has been jealous and they've been chipping away at it. We won the championship on that day. And all the communists are mad, all the witches are mad, all the abortion people are mad. Everybody's mad at us.
The bankers and the kings.
And that's why they had a 16-year plan to destroy America. And one of the things on there was to eradicate the Constitution. because the people that want total control know that they can't have total control if our Constitution is still in existence.
Okay, but if you do believe that it is run by mafia type people, corruption that goes up to the levels of they'll get rid of you if you're not following along, they'll kill you.
Mhm.
How do you vote yourself out of corruption? That's what I'm trying to get at. It's like,
Again, like I've said, Ruby, voting is not the only thing that's going to get us out of this. There has to be that alliance, and the military has been working behind the scenes on things for quite some time now. Actually, go back to JFK time. The military has been working on dismantling this mafia syndicate, but the military cannot do it alone. They have to have an awakened and informed electorate so that they can vote, so it doesn't look like a coup. If the military came in right now and just obliterated the deep state, people would lose their effing minds. But if you inform the people that how bad this mafia syndicate is, and then the people say, hey, you know what? We need to vote these people out. Well, the military will be on the back end saying, yeah, we support you guys in this decision.
okay, so that's the white pill. That's kind of
We
the
saw
hope that we
We
have.
saw it in 1989, 1990, 1991 during the fall of the Soviet Union. Do you remember? During the fall of the Soviet Union, there was a coup that took out Mikhail Gorbachev, and they took him to his dacha in outside of Moscow, and they said, "Oh, he's sick, and he'll come out." And the vice president of the Soviet Union took over with some of his military henchmen, and then they sent in the military into Moscow. But Mikhail Gorbachev had already put perestroika and glasnost.
Yeah.
And so now you had people reporting on the news. There was a limited freedom. People were watching it. And Boris Yeltsin, remember Boris Yeltsin came out and he stopped them. And then the military said, we will not shoot upon our fellow citizens.
Exactly.
We will not shoot our fellow citizens. That's why the deep state wants to bring in illegal aliens to serve. Because look, let's say Joe Smith. I have a brother named Joe Smith. Joe Smith probably won't shoot Jesse. He probably won't shoot P. Diddy or Jay-Z. But you bring in Joe Gomez from Venezuela, he'll shoot me in a heartbeat.
Right.
And you know what? I can back that up with facts, and Ruby can probably go look this up real quick. Look back when Obama said that we need a civilian military to match our United States military.
Really?
Ruby,
Oh yeah. Look that up.
But also, one
I'm
of them
tired.
said, I don't remember who it was that said it, Jimmy, but somebody recently said that they wanted to make it so that these illegals can join the military forces.
Oh yeah. Well, that's part of what I'm asked Ruby to look up. Tad's on here.
Yeah.
Hey, Tad.
Hi, Tad.
Sorry, I don't have much time now, and I have to leave soon. So I'd like to talk about something related to this. This is probably my last comment on the stream yard of Ruby's show. So I'm going to miss the point. But please give me a moment. I want to say this because there are many ex-JW people or PMO people around me who believe in the so-called Q movement. First of all, I am not on either Harris side or Trump side or third party side. I am Japanese. First of all, Q may have been started by globalist forces centered on the Chinese Communist Party and some Pentecostals, Baptists, and Mormons are definitely involved. President Trump is also responsible. He has not publicly acknowledged the essence of what the Q activists said at all. However, he has acted in a suggestive way with gestures that make it seem like he's related to them. I want to tell people not to immediately believe stories that a lot of money will soon come to us or that hands will grow. Even if Trump becomes president, in my humble opinion, the world will not be turned upside down by it. In particular, JW people are too quick to believe such information. Let's stop waiting and waiting for something. However, I believe that humanity will move on to a new stage after overcoming this. Look at the animals. They are now maybe participating in no animals. They are now expressing interspecies love and communication with humans who understand this. I may be participating in Banjo or Streamyard at 6 screens for the last time, but I don't know yet. Well, thank you. Goodbye. In my humble opinion. Bye.
Bye,
Dad.
Tad. Thank you for joining us for the time you had.
I like Dad. He comes in, makes a comment, and leaves.
Yeah,
It's
I
okay.
love
I love Dad.
Okay, so what say that Obama part again? One more time.
Obama, you can probably search. Obama says we need a civilian military.
Mhm.
Obama.
Rush Limbaugh was all over it like bread on butter.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But one of the comments the last comment I put down, don't forget the wild card that the deep state has. And we talked about it earlier, Ruby. It's the US dollar because and Donald Trump knows it. This is why he's treading lightly too, because it's in that transition. Whoever has control of the money is pretty much has control of the people. And so these people are, they're holding everything hostage like a Mexican shootout, in my opinion. That's the way I look at it. But this is why Donald Trump, to answer your question, like what can we do? This is why Donald Trump talks about getting this department, destroying it, getting this department, moving it to Maine. We're going to move this department to Kansas, because the more you can get people into this 10th Amendment, where everything needs to go back to the states, that's like one way to get like what you're talking about. How do we fix this? We'll get rid of centralized control.
Yep.
And Donald Trump these are little things that Donald Trump is throwing like nuggets. Like I know, like I'm on your side, guys.
Hey, Gilbert, let me throw something at you guys about what Tad said. And I'm not picking a fight on Tad. Well, yeah, but a loving fight, because Republicans, we got now teeth. We have teeth now, because we've been wussies since Ronald Reagan left. Since Ronald Reagan and Lee Atwater died, the Republicans, we haven't had teeth. We've had girly men like John McCain and Mitt Romney.
Yeah.
So when Tad says that we got to stop listening to misinformation, I'm not for Trump. Well, I'm sorry, Tad. I didn't promise you a rose garden. In life, there's going to be misinformation. Get used to it. And I'm saying it lovingly, but we're not going to be like John McCain. They would go, John McCain, what do you think about these Republicans who are mean? Oh, I disavow them. John Republican, what do you think about these? I disavow them. Mitt Romney, what do you think about these Republicans who are Q? I disavow them. Before you know it, you disavow 6 million people.
You know what? There was a comment that Tad made that actually just made me smile, because I've been telling everybody this has been a worldwide operation. This is just not the United States. So why would there be Japanese people that like pay attention to Cuba?
Yeah, but we don't shoot our own side. When you're in your foxhole, you don't point your gun at in your side.
Exactly.
Okay, is this it, Jimmy? Obama, we need a civilian police force 15 years ago?
Yeah.
Play it.
We cannot continue to rely only on our military in order to achieve the national security objectives that we've set. We've got to have a civilian national security force that's just as powerful, just as strong, just as well funded.
Okay, so
Just as well funded. Gosh.
yeah, go back and when I say stop, hit stop. Okay, just play it again real quick.
Okay.
I'm gonna make a point. I'll make a point here. Just play it again, and then I'll say stop. Okay.
We cannot continue to rely only on our military in order to achieve the national security objectives that we've set.
Stop.
We've got to have
The national security objectives that we've set. Who's the we he's talking about? And aren't the people the ones that are supposed to set the national, details or whatever? Aren't we supposed to be the people telling the government what to do? He's telling you.
He answered that. He goes, "We are the ones we've been waiting for." That's communist lingo.
Yeah. Play it again.
Oh, yeah. Let me start from the beginning.
Okay,
I didn't
sorry.
catch that.
We cannot continue to rely only on our military in order to achieve the national security objectives that we've set. We've got to have a civilian national security force that's just as powerful, just as strong, just as well funded.
Stop.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So when we say that now my light's going to go out soon. Then when we say that they are trying to, I just lost my train of thought. Hold on, give me a second.
East and west.
Look at this.
What began as a whisper in Springfield has swelled to a
We are the ones we've been waiting for.
It's we are no part of the world. It's all the same.
Yeah.
We. He's not talking about we, you and I.
So he's talking.
The communists have failed everywhere. And the people in academia say, well, somewhere there's going to be a communist who's going to be successful. So the communists always say, yeah, we failed everywhere on the planet, but we are the ones who are going to do it right.
Yeah. And so what are we seeing now? We are seeing different cities let illegal immigrants be police officers. You can be an illegal immigrant and join the military. All these people that they are pulling in are the deep state foot soldiers. So when Trump or MAGA says what's happening at our border is an invasion, this is why we say that. Because they are trying to pull in their own people to be that civilian military that matches our United States military. So it's not a conspiracy to say that they want to create their own military to go against the American people. Because like Jesse said, his neighbor's not going to be a one to shoot him. It's going to be somebody from a foreign land that doesn't give two craps about Jesse.
What did Hitler have? He had the Luftwaffe, he had the army, but he also had the SA and he had the SS. And what happened in the night of the long knives? The SS went and murdered all the SA.
Yeah.
But look at this is what he says.
What does he say?
Or if we change will not come if we wait for some other person. Or if we wait for some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for.
Now, Americans clap. They don't even know why they're clapping. They're idiots. They're what we call they're useful idiots. They don't even know that he gave a communist speech.
Yeah. And Obama is the one that was put into place to start the 16-year plan to destroy America. And he told you right there.
Okay, so who's we that we are waiting for? What does he mean by that?
The ruling class, the elites,
the communists, the cabal, the socialists,
the dictatorship of the proletariat.
So they think they got it right this time. This time they're gonna get it right.
Fidel Castro didn't have it right.
Back then they did, yeah.
They're gonna do it right this time.
Can I ask a question?
Sure, Bonnie.
Is this part of the globalist movement?
Is your brain hurting again, Ruby?
Mine does.
And Ruby,
Um,
I just wanted
mhm.
to, because Tad is leaving, and I don't want to like rip in on Tad or my brother Jesse, Daniel Webster Gonzalez. But
Mhm.
in the comment that I put down, Q is like the JW is anonymous. So but when it comes to misinformation, just remember if they're like the New World Translation and they're anonymous, at least Obama shows his face. At least Obama's telling you what he wants to do. Got to
Yeah.
give it to him.
Well, they
So,
have to. They have to.
but there's a lot of people that are anonymous, and I'm just saying as a rule of thumb, when I see things that are anonymous and you can't point to a real person like Bitcoin, Nashimo, you
Mhm.
can't point to it. It's probably the CIA. So
Yeah.
it's So all I'm saying is that there's going to be lies, there's going to be misinformation, all that stuff. There's going to be everything.
Mhm.
But at least if you're going to listen to somebody who, I hate to say it right now, but you can see my face right there. It's my picture.
Mhm.
But I hate that word misinformation. Whenever
know.
I'm in conversation and I hear the word misinformation, I don't engage with that person. I don't want to have nothing to do with
I
it
know.
because they're the ones who shot Kennedy.
I know.
They invent conspiracy theory.
Right.
You know,
And what a lot of people don't understand also is misinformation in war is necessary. They've been doing it for centuries.
Watchtower does it. It's called the spiritual warfare.
Yeah. So it's like back in World War II, the Germans thought that the Allies were going to invade Germany or invade France from another beach because information was put out to make them think that that was going to happen. But that was misinformation because they went the other route.
Yeah.
So sometimes in war, misinformation is necessary.
You know what, Ruby?
That's a good point, Jimmy.
But that clip that he played about we're the ones that we've been waiting for. This is why I always go back to when I say, you hear me say all the time, Jesus said, pay attention to how you listen.
Yep.
Because you're not listening. And the devil is always going to tell you, listen, I might kill you by slashing your neck, or I might just stab you in the gut. He's telling you how he's going to kill you.
And what's funny, Gigi, is think about this. Everybody back then that was voting for Obama, when they heard that speech, you know what they said? Oh, he just gave a great speech.
Yes, exactly.
They didn't listen.
Right. Okay, so question. If you believe like what Jesse just said, that they didn't even know that he gave a communist speech, okay, if let's say that's true, you believe that, then where are all the real Democrats?
Bobby Kennedy. Reagan.
They were the real Democrats were silenced because they were overtaken. Their party was overtaken first.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so why don't they fight for their party back? Like, why is it always this radical left? And where are the real ones?
That's where different CIA programs are employed to keep them in line, such as Epstein Island, P. Diddy Island, all this other stuff.
Yeah, but don't you have to be tricked into that, like for blackmail and stuff like that? So why would you even go for that?
Not unless it's something you would already desire to do anyway.
But
so
Ruby,
they just play on that.
Can't you see the fight going on right now? For example, when Bill Clinton came out today and he started talking about that murder of Gayle Rhines, right?
Laken Riley.
Or when he starts talking about the border, that it could have been stopped. Or when you hear Joe Biden saying that he's having good communications with the governor of Florida, don't you see that they're hitting the deep state?
And when Joe Biden put the hat on, and they said he actually kept the hat when he did that little stunt.
There's a movie going on, folks. You just really got to pay attention to this movie right now. It's really good. And I'm enjoying the hell out of it.
The rumor is that Kamala Harris was Joe Biden's like, you know how in poker you have a Joker card, the Joker, and when they got rid of him, which they did, they got rid of him. He's like, okay, and Joe Biden pulls out the Joker and he says, "You can have her." So it's a poker game. So
you think Hillary Clinton's not angry right now?
Yeah.
That the first woman president is not going to be her?
Well,
Mm.
I won't say nothing.
Oh, it's a lot. It's a lot to take in because it's like you said, you have to really listen to these people when they
Yeah.
talk, and that's the thing.
And everybody's been hearing Little Miss Kamala Harris say, we have to be unburdened by the things
Yes.
we
Yep.
Okay. Go look at that. Go look up what that phrase is and look
Yeah.
where it comes from. I'll give you a hint. It's from a Marxist speech.
Yeah. I've seen that on Twitter, and that's why I like Twitter because people bring a lot of receipts and they can do side by sides of that she's taking the same sentence out the playbook and she's using it today, but nobody knows. Like I wouldn't know about that if I didn't read it.
So let's put the pieces together here. We've got Obama out there giving a communist speech, wanting to tear down the Constitution and create some other military, a civilian military. And then we have Kamala giving a Marxist phrase out there, communist, Marxist. Okay. And so when we say that these are the socialistic, globalist, communists wanting to destroy our country, we're not lying. They've already told us who they are.
Right. Okay. It's making sense. I'm a little slow, but it's making sense.
You know what? You know what, Ruby? When we were kids, I grew up in the Cold War era, and we were taught to spot a commie a mile away. And so we did. We
I
had
get that.
right-wing nut jobs and John Birchers and all that stuff. And so we were underneath the table during the nuclear test or the bomb test.
That's right.
And so we could spot a communist a mile away. So when I saw Barack Obama come onto the scene, I was like, hey, that guy's a commie. And he's talking about, I mean, if you quack like a duck, you probably are a duck. But your generation hasn't been taught. You think of it as normal. We see it
There
as
you go.
anti-American activity. Yeah.
That's why I'm confused a little bit because I'm like, hold up a second. How could that exist here? Like I get it if it's over there. I don't know how to spot a commie. You know what? We should do a show about that. How to spot a commie with Jesse Gonzalez.
You can smell them. They don't shower. They grow ponytails. I mean, just all of the stuff, They play soccer,
See, and Ruby, this is why I told you. This is why I mentioned to you before about the military was going to actually go in and remove Barack Obama from office. That was that video we did, the plan to save the world. The military was going to go in and do that, but the people would not have been able to handle that. So they had to go the long road and do it the way it's being done right now. Because a lot of people, it sucks. What we're dealing with right now sucks. War's not pretty. War's not going to be rainbows and unicorns. There's going to be some pain, and we're all feeling it. But because of that, look how many people have woken up.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I get that. But one last thing that leaves me kind of thinking still is how did somebody like Obama with his commie vibes was even allowed to get near the White House? Like,
he was
how could they
placed
disguise
there.
themselves?
John Marciano said, or something, that he was a Manchurian candidate. They basically built him up for this, but the controllers built him up to be in that position.
Okay, let me answer that question. What happened is real simple. Barack Obama had NBC, ABC, CBS. But in 2024, we have Twitter and we have all of these alternative websites and YouTube. And so this is why they hate this channel. This is why they hate anybody who speaks differently, because they lose power. Think about this. An average American who doesn't know much, but is a good talker, was Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan is not intelligent by any stretch of the imagination compared to, your Thomas Sowells and everything. But he gets more views than all of the major networks combined.
Yeah.
While he's smoking weed and trying to make a political commentary. Not knocking that. I'm just saying Joe Rogan is not a Thomas Sowell.
But he
That's all-
lives in the common sense world, Gilbert. He lives in the common
Yes. I'm saying that's what I'm saying. And people gravitate to that. This is why they hate people like Joe Rogan's or any independents, Tim Pool, Alex Jones, and we don't. I don't agree with these guys. A lot of them, or I don't listen to them. But I love the fact that they're allowed to give their free speech. But remember the last video we did with John Kerry? John Kerry and Hillary
Mhm.
Clinton view them as a threat
Hmm.
because they do not want to toe the party line.
total Jehovah's Witnesses.
Total
But-
Jehovah's-
Yeah.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Mhm.
To get back to your question about Obama, Obama came in and he gave this speech that knocked the American public off their seats. And it was like everybody fell in love with him.
Well,
I
Do
think.
you
Bonnie,
guys remember that?
Yeah, that was at the 2000. That was at the 2000 Democrat National Convention.
Yeah.
but Bonnie, there's another thing that people don't talk about with Barack Obama. Nobody wanted Hillary. And so he was the next best thing, and he was a lot better. He was
Yeah,
a
but
lot.
Yeah.
Bonnie is talking true. He was set up at the prime time in the Democrat National Committee when George
Yes.
W. Bush was president.
But
He
Jesse,
was- yeah,
if he would have gone toe to toe with another guy, it wouldn't have been as powerful as him going toe to toe with Hillary Clinton.
mhm. If he was
But-
not allowed to have a
but-
teleprompter,
Bonnie,
the king is naked.
That's just my guess. I think the fact that he was going up against Hillary was his best asset because people don't like Hillary.
Well,
See,
And-
Hillary had
and-
at that time, Hillary had too much power in that particular realm of the globalist, and they knew that if they gave her too much more power, and she would just abuse it, and it would probably turn back on them. So they had to. I mean, Obama wasn't just some flash in the pan that just showed up in 2004.
Correct.
He was groomed
Yes.
going all
Oh,
the way
yeah.
back to the 80s
Mhm.
to be in this
yes,
position.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
All I'm saying is that Hillary Clinton is unlikable, and so it really was a great cocktail. Hillary Clinton was the best thing that could happen to Barack Obama.
And you know what? You're right, because if you remember the Manchurian Candidate, the woman that set up her son, at the end, the sniper, he turns against her because she had complete total control. She was the mom. She was the actual operator for the deep state.
Yep.
She was the power broker, and they showed her as a hungry in that movie. Did you watch that, the Manchurian Candidate, Ruby?
Yes, I
No,
did.
from the
I
Frank
think that
Sinatra.
that's kind of old for you, Ruby.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Sinatra.
The Frank Sinatra one is just intense. And
Is that
you know where
that's
that
a
was
movie?
screened? Yeah. You know where it was screened? At the White House at John F. Kennedy with the Rat Pack. They screened it at the White House.
I saw a comment by Shaq
Mm-hmm.
where he said he doesn't trust. I think I understand where he's coming from,
What is it?
but again, we need to reiterate that even back during the Revolutionary War time, our founding fathers had to use pseudonames and could not use their real names, show their faces, because they were wanted by the British government for treason. So they had to go undercover. And so if you see somebody out here today that's employing that same tactic, I wouldn't just write them off just because they don't show their face or whatever, because maybe they have to stay hidden for their safety. That's why you verify the information and go from there. It's called Don't Shoot the Messenger. Check out the message.
Because he got wife and kids. I understand, but
And you know what? When you were with the VAH, I used to write a lot of the stuff for the GG for GB, the original stuff. We used to write the songs together.
Yeah.
And I was anonymous because you were doing everything in the front, and I was back.
Yeah.
And I used my name. Nixon Presley was my pseudonym. Nixon Presley, until my sister discovered me. My two heroes.
Okay, is this the movie you're talking about? 2004?
Yeah.
No, 1950, 1960.
Yeah, it's an old movie.
Frank Sinatra. No, this is a remake.
Dream. I don't want to dream.
See, that one had no. They had real actors, not Denzel Washington.
It's like,
Sinatra. Yeah.
1962.
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Now go to the fourth one. Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait. I'll go back.
I think he was.
Hey, the fourth one.
This one?
Yeah.
I think he was denied an Academy Award or something.
You want the first one or the fourth one?
Fourth.
Fourth? Okay.
What is it, Mother?
What sort of a greeting is that at 3:30 in the morning?
It's 2:45, and what do you want?
I want to talk to you, Raymond.
About what?
I want to talk to you about that communist tart.
Shut up with that, Mother. Shut up.
You know what Jordan is? Are you out to crucify me? Are you out to crucify
I don't know what you're
Johnny?
talking about, and I don't want to know. I'm going to bed.
Raymond, sit down. How would you see her? They live in New York.
I'm getting a job in New York.
You have your army service.
Next spring. I might be dead by next spring.
Raymond, if we were at war, and you were suddenly to become infatuated with the daughter of a Russian agent, wouldn't you expect me to come to you and object, and beg you to stop the entire thing before it was too late? Well, we are at war. It's a cold war, but it will get worse and worse until every man, woman, and child in this country will have to stand up and be counted to say whether they are on the side of right and freedom or on the side of the Thomas Jordans of this country. I will go with you to Washington tomorrow, if you like, and I will show you documented proof that this man stands for evil, that he is evil, and that his whole life is devoted to undermining everything.
That sounds
you
like
and
Jimmy.
I and Johnny and every freedom-minded American.
She won.
Everything she's saying is reverse.
She always does. I could never be.
There's the real man, Frank Sinatra.
I still can't. I wrote a letter. Or she wrote it and I signed it. I can't even remember which. It was a terrible, vile, disgusting letter. The next day I enlisted in the army. I never saw her again. God knows, Bernard, I'm not lovable. But I loved her. And I did love her. I do love her.
So that's like super before MK Ultra. That's way before MK Ultra. So these were American soldiers that were behind Korean lines, were captured by the communists. The Soviets came in and brainwashed them so that they could use them later on in life. We used to talk about these in the 60s and 70s. They were called moles. They were all over everybody's neighborhood. They were moles.
Yep.
That the Soviets would put in and the Chinese would put in. They would brainwash and they could activate them. Now, they used to activate him in the movie. I don't mean to be a spoiler alert, by playing cards. When he saw the Queen of Hearts, it was time for to receive his orders.
Yep.
It's just a beautiful movie.
Now, you know,
I'm gonna have to get it.
the scary part, Ruby, the scary part of the whole thing is when Jimmy he triggered me because he talked about how dangerous the times that we're living in, and then it reminds me of like Jesus talked about like the the pangs of distress, and that's kind of like what we're going through when you think about the money situation, the dollar, the petrodollar, everything, and then but one thing that the girl said in the movie, which it all ties together, is that everyone's going to have to give an accounting. We're living in a day where in America, where everyone is either going to have to prove that they're for America or that they're against America.
Yep.
It's not scary, but it is scary. You know, it's like,
is it like sifting?
That's why I've been telling everybody for a while, buckle up, buttercups, because it's going to get crazier.
Yeah, but the roller coaster ride always ends, and then you're happy after.
Yeah, I mean, but I'm not worried about the outcome because in the end, God wins.
Always.
Always.
Yeah, I believe that, but something inside of me says that I don't really think somebody would be really against America. Like, do you really think that they would be against it, or are they just like?
Since our founding.
Ruby.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Well, okay.
You want to? Yes.
This is what I mean. This is what I
Yes,
mean.
they are.
Maybe, like you see it before, they're brainwashed or they're groomed to believe that they are against America, but deep down inside, they do want freedom and they support what
No.
America
Look,
really
that movie-
stands for.
You're
That movie
talking
you just-
about Americans,
Yeah.
Rudy.
Mhm.
The movie you just saw. Did you see what was her name? What was her name? I forget her name.
Angela-
Great
Angela
actress.
Hold on, I'm trying to understand her
Yeah,
question.
Angela Lansbury.
Okay, when she was talking about that, she was talking about loving America, but she wasn't. She was lying to her son. She was a
Yeah.
communist agent.
Yeah, she was using
She was-
reverse psychology on him.
She was a turncoat.
And Ruby, for proof of this, Barack Obama, and we're not trying to be mean here, but Barack Obama and others, they talk about the Constitution has negative liberties, like Jesse said. Like if you look at the First Amendment, the second, the government shall not make a law. The government shall not. The government shall not. And Barack Obama hates that. So Barack Obama openly, not quietly, has openly told the American people he doesn't like the negative liberties. So he's basically telling you, he goes, look at, I love my wife, but she has a fat ass and she's ugly and she stinks. Yeah, no, he doesn't love her. He doesn't. He doesn't love her.
Sorry, I had to throw that in there.
Yeah, but it's true, right?
Ruby, if Jesus
Is it
had
true or
a
not?
Judas, if Jesus had a Judas,
Yeah.
why won't America?
Yeah. This is why I tell folks this is bigger than people can possibly imagine. And I know that's why people look at me and they're like, "Oh my God, Jimmy, you're freaking crazy."
Yeah.
But I've been down these rabbit holes. And
Maybe I'm being too gullible. I don't know.
It's not that, and no, it might be, and I say this affectionately, it might be a touch of cognitive dissonance because you don't want to believe that it's this bad.
It's bad.
Okay, sorry, we just glitched for a second, so I got the last part of your sentence.
I said,
but that's what I. Go ahead, say it again.
Okay, so I said maybe it's just a touch of cognitive dissonance because you don't want to believe that it's this bad.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Okay,
That's a good
maybe,
point.
or I was just about to say maybe I'm being too optimistic, or maybe I'm being gullible, or maybe I'm being naive because I don't think that somebody would outrightly be against America if they truly understood. Like if they understood, do you really think they would be against America? Like
on the surface, I would say, and you know I love you, I would say that would be a little naive.
Yeah. I would agree with Jimmy because listen, when the oath says enemies, foreign and domestic, they're telling you there's people that hate America, foreign and domestic.
Yeah.
It's getting to the point where there's more people domestic who hate America. I think a lot of the people that we think, like, I don't think Putin has a problem with American citizens.
No, he doesn't.
I don't think the Arabs have a problem with American citizens. No. I don't think Africa has a problem with America. I think there's some of the crazy leaders, some of the extremists, and some of the people domestically, they're jealous. They're jealous of our wealth. They're jealous of our freedom. Like, for instance, that guy who leads the World Economic Forum, he hates freedom of speech.
Yeah.
Or look at that other guy who runs Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg. Do you think he loves freedom of speech?
No.
You're answering your own question. There is people, if you dissect it.
Yeah, but wasn't he sorry after the fact that he knew that it was?
Oh, that was bull crap. That was just for show.
The betrayal went to the heavens because people died for that freedom. An apology was not enough.
But listen,
He
Ruby,
had to pay in treble.
If he really was apologetic about all that, why hasn't he reestablished my account?
Yeah.
Why hasn't he reestablished every other person that's been disabled from Facebook?
Good
Hey,
point.
Ruby,
Look at what he
so
did
check
just
this
to
out.
Jimmy.
No, Ruby, check this out. It's real simple. And Jesus answered this again at the very last words, the last chapter of the book of John. Jesus is dead, and the apostles have work to do. But you know what they were doing? They were fishing. And remember Peter jumps off the boat and he goes to see Jesus because he's on the seabed, and what is Jesus doing? He's fish frying. Jesus is always cooking. Jesus is always cooking. But here's the thing. He tells Peter, do you love me more than these little fishes? So you see, Americans love their money, their political power, whatever it is, they love that more than the Constitution. But the MAGA people are not like that. The
Correct.
MAGA people love the truth, the Constitution, the rule of law,
Yep.
more than they love themselves.
Yep.
And
I want to answer. I want to answer a question I saw in the chat real quick. It's central casting is the word Trump uses.
Central casting.
Yeah, I saw a video that he always says that.
Yeah, there's a reason why he says that. It has to do with the masks and the body doubles and everything like that. Because I'm telling y'all, some of these people you see are not really who you're seeing.
I didn't know that, Jimmy. I never heard it. I don't know why. I've never heard that. Central.
You never heard that?
No, I haven't.
Like,
it's on Twitter somewhere.
Okay, so so the Biden that you see on TV, do you think that's the real Biden?
Yeah.
You know what? No, listen.
No.
Stop it, Gigi.
No, because I
think
saw
so.
him in the 80s and 90s when the plagiarism, when he was running for president.
Yeah.
He looked different all the time to me.
Yeah.
But I never heard the term central casting. I've never heard
Trump says it all the time. All the time.
I wasn't paying attention.
So just like Obama was telling people what they were doing, Obama was doing it. He was telling the people. Trump's doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Are we listening?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Gilbert, he has a point because look,
I know.
if you look at Joe Biden before the debate, he was a different man than he was during the debate.
Well,
he was bumbling around, falling off the airplane, everything, and then he goes on the debate night and he nails it.
Yeah, I'm not debating. I'm not I'm not one way or the other, but yeah.
This is how he says it. He says it like very casually.
Imagine President Xi's like central casting. There's nobody in Hollywood that can play the role of President Xi. The look, the strength, the voice. We will begin immediately negotiation. And I say, loosen up. I say, loosen up. I had a great relationship with him until COVID. Then I said, that's the end of that. But I did. It's good to have a good relationship with Putin and Xi and all these people that have lots of nuclear weapons. And Kim Jong-un, I had a good relationship with. He's a tough, smart guy. You know, when I call these people smart, the press always says, he said he was smart. I'm supposed to say they're not intelligent people. President Xi in China controls 1.4 billion people with an iron hand, no drug problems. You know why they have no drug problems?
Quick trial
penalty for the drug dealers.
Quick trial.
Yeah, he says it very casually, and he always says the exact same thing after he mentions whoever he's talking about. He says central casting, then the name of the person, and then he goes on to describe the role of what he's talking about with that person.
Exactly.
He always says it like that.
Can you play it again one more time? Because it came on real fast. I just saw
Okay.
central. How did he preface it?
Imagine President Xi's like central casting. There's nobody in Hollywood that can play the role of president.
Yeah.
He says that he's
It's
like
like-
central casting. Nobody can
What the
play
hell
the
does that
role.
mean? What the hell does that mean?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. I'll just put it out there. The Xi that you see is not the Xi. The Putin you see is not the
Is
real
not
Putin.
right?
I'm telling you.
I don't know. I saw Putin without a shirt.
That's why they call this a movie. I mean, Ruby, you can look this up. Kanye West says, "If I disappear and I come back, it won't be me." See if you can find that clip
Yeah, let me see if I can find that.
because that will tie into this. I saw that clip today on X. So
Who said that?
Kanye.
Hey, Jimmy, and Curly Howard of the Three Stooges, he said, "The truth is stranger than fiction."
Oh yeah, totally.
I don't discount it, but when Kanye,
And Gilbert,
West-
you said that all your
I
life.
mean, Gilbert, they have the technology to do it.
Well,
There was a
that I do know. They did that with the senator of Arizona, and you saw he had the mask on. It wasn't him.
Um, let me see if is it this one?
If I ever went anywhere,
Yes.
why?
There are now reports that Kanye West
Yeah.
has gone missing.
Go back to the
American
beginning.
Recently
That's all you need to
reported
hear.
to
Okay,
have
hold
traveled
on.
to India to get
Yeah,
some
all you need
fresh
to hear is the beginning.
If I ever went anywhere, we know why.
There are
We know why. Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, and that's just saying that if he ever disappears and comes back as Kanye again, it's not him.
Mm. He also said this. Did you see this?
God. That's the only person that I serve. My mom ain't here. My mama was sacrificed.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Yeah. Michael Jordan. What about him?
His daddy.
Right? Bill Cosby, his son. Right? Dr. Dre, his son. You know, out in
Yep.
Hollywood, a lot of people come up missing.
Yep.
Feels like it might be a lot of that in order to control, traumatize. They want to monetize and traumatize.
Yep.
And God loved me. You understand? They hit me. Gap, Adidas, all that away. Still, Forbes, who hate me, right, had to write net worth 400 million. Jesus is king. God loved me. That's more important than thinking of.
Yeah, so he was going on all of those little rants and they were calling him crazy, bipolar. I remember all of that.
Uh-huh. He was telling the truth.
Well, he is crazy and all that stuff until Cat Williams came out, and now everything makes sense. And
Yeah.
if Cat Williams would have said that 5 years ago, 6 years ago, he would have been in the crazy camp too.
Have you ever listened to Jaguar Wright,
No.
Ruby?
No, I haven't.
Do a search on Jaguar Wright and enjoy the rest of the week. Because you will be stuck on that the rest of the week. I'm telling you.
Okay, I'm gonna have to write that down.
And you say you like, you've been in that culture, that hip hop culture.
Following it. Yeah.
Then you want to listen to what Jaguar Wright has to say.
It was so powerful, huh, Jimmy, that Piers Morgan had to apologize for the thing she said.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw that recently. Yep.
Yeah.
Because he couldn't control her, Piers Morgan.
Yeah.
Piers
So
Morgan gets in more trouble with his interviews, huh?
let's just say that rabbit hole that goes back to Diddy and Epstein and everybody else.
Oh my god. Yeah, that deserves its own stream because I've been saving a lot of videos that have to do with that type of corruption, and it's uncomfortable, but I think I want to touch on that a little later.
That's the blackmail portion of the globalist operation.
In the political world, they call it like compromise. It's
Right.
everyone is compromised.
Yeah.
And this is why, like in a lot of Christian churches, they'll tell you just come out and confess. And you're seeing a little bit of it right now. The people are they don't want to be compromised anymore. They just got to come out and just say, yeah.
But how you get compromised to begin with? That's my thing. Like, how do you even allow yourself to fall to begin with if you're in a position like this?
Okay, so let's say, for example, let's just say you got a nice looking guy up in Congress and he's single, and the big wigs want to take him out to a club one night. They get him drunk. They hire him a prostitute. They got cameras set up. He's in the bag.
Well,
some of these people get put in the position involuntarily.
Jimmy missed a point. Listen, they know your history.
Yes, that too.
They know your internet browsing history. They know if you like Chinese women, Japanese women, Brazilians, European. They know what you like. They got a dossier on you. They have the perfect woman for you, and they know more about your taste in women or men.
Hey, Ruby, when we were Jehovah's Witness elders, Gilbert had a reputation of working in the prisons here in Yuma. There's federal prison, state prison, and I worked the local jail. As elders, we would visit. So when a person comes to the jail or prison, they go, "What religion are you?" And so they would have like the elder's number. Since I live close to the county jail, that was a very dangerous job. Gilbert worked the prisons where they're already more calm. They're already set long term. And there was one time, Gilbert told me about that time Chewy talked about the cookie. That guy wanted to offer a cookie. And what happens is one elder went and Gilbert took 2 publishers with him. And there's a whole set of rules that you got to work. You can't talk to them. You can't, you don't offer any favors, nothing like that. Well, one guy was explaining to a friend of ours, a common friend of ours, and we were all Jehovah's Witnesses working on it. The prisoners went and got this guy to do a favor for him.
Mm.
And then our friend of ours explained to me how they identified him. So three Jehovah's Witnesses walk in. All the prisoners are looking at them, and they find out who's not wearing the tie perfect, who's not have the right shoes, or whose shoes are dirty. Anything. They're like lions.
Yep.
They know everything about you. And that was in a religious setting. In a political setting. They know the size underwear we wear. They know any kind of stain. They know everything about you. You ever notice on the Republicans, they know who Donald Trump slept with? They'll never tell you who Barack Obama slept with. They'll never tell you who Joe Biden or Bill Clinton slept with. But they know everything about Trump. They know who Abraham Lincoln slept with. They even say that Jesus was gay. They know Jesus' sex life. These people know everything.
But they don't know why Barack Obama's chef died.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
Hey guys, I'm gonna have to get ready to go.
Oh, thank you, Jimmy.
It's 12:59. I got 13%. I waited to come on here late so I could be on a little longer. What was I going to say? I was talking about I just saw a video the other day to where they actually have this technology that they can wear this pair of glasses and they can walk through, I don't know, a store or whatever, and if they can get the person's face centered, and then they can go and search, and they can go to their social media, they can look up stuff. So if I was wearing these glasses and I walked past you at the store, then I could come back later, catch you at the cashier place and say, "Oh, Ruby, hey, didn't you go to this high school? I remember." That's some crazy crap.
Yeah, I saw that. It's kind of like Tony Stark in Spider-Man, the glasses that he gives them. It gives him all the information he needs to know who's good, who's bad, all their history.
Amazing. They showing us before it actually went public, huh? Imagine that.
That's the first thing I thought of. I said, "Oh, Tony Stark had that in the Avengers, in the Endgame and the Infinity War. He had those glasses."
That's
So-
great. That makes me want to be Amish. I got to get the hell out of here.
I was
But
thinking
anyway.
about that.
Well, I enjoyed it tonight. I appreciate you guys having me on. I enjoyed it. And sorry, my lights started to go out on me. I got to charge them back up. So
Yes, I'm
But-
about to wrap it up as well because I'm here in the hotel and the kids are in the other room. But I know they ain't sleeping. They're gonna take advantage of this little mini vacation.
Of course they are. Of course they are. Well, I'm glad everything worked out for you guys up there in Tampa. The area that we go to, it got demolished. And we'll be down there. We'll be down there on the 15th of November. So we're still having our vacation. The house that we're staying in they just lost a soffit. So it's okay. But it's going to be interesting to go down and see the damage. But I hope everybody has a good night. Have a good week. And I guess we'll see each other next week. Again, it's going to get crazy, y'all. It really is. So be prepared.
Good night.
Good night, Jimmy.
Good night, Jimmy.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Night. Okay, yeah. So I'll wrap it up. One last question: if everybody is compromised, you don't think Donald Trump is compromised? You don't think there's something maybe that they know about him or something? Like, I don't know.
That's a good question. Can I have a crack at it? I think Donald Trump is so big. And I always said that it's a spiritual struggle. So with Donald Trump, he's the least of us, and yet he's the most of us. In other words, according to the left and according to his enemies, he's the most immoral person. You talk to any government worker, they all hate Donald Trump. And they all say he's immoral, he's a male chauvinistic pig. But he's the one American who sacrifices the most. So,
Mhm.
in him being the least in every American's eye, he really is in the spiritual side the greatest American amongst us. So, is he compromised?
Yes.
I think he's too big to fail. He's put it all out there.
Mm,
You know,
That's
And
that's a
you
good
know what?
point.
I
Mhm.
I think the fact that he is older, that he's been through so much, that he's had so many lawsuits against him, so many times just getting beaten down. It's not about him winning or losing. It's really because he does love this country.
Yes.
He really doesn't want it to be destroyed. I
Mhm.
truly believe that. I think that that's what's most important to him. And I think the fact that he's willing to take and bring in people close to him that are expertise in these areas to try to fix the country, that's more important to him than what their complete ideologies are. You know,
Mhm.
that's an important part.
Yeah.
Is let's just fix the country. Let's keep the Constitution intact. Don't take away our rights. Don't take away freedom of speech. Don't take away guns, because you do. People have a right to protect themselves. And
Yes.
once the government takes those two things away from us, they have us. They have
Mhm.
us. So I think that he sees that. And I think these other people that have come over to the MAGA
Mhm.
have seen that also. And they want to support that. That's what they want to support.
And you know what?
Mm.
That's true. She says, and I would just say that, you know, because Rush Limbaugh talked about Michael Jackson, where he said that he's innocent because there's no way in hell that the government could be, you know, going through his trash, going through everything, and not find anything. You know, so
Right.
same thing with Donald Trump. Does he have things? Maybe, but here's the thing, and I'm glad you mentioned that because I have to apologize because I have to say I'm sorry because I got all upset at that Joshua guy. You know, when you mentioned that, and I was yelling, but it's because I take it very personal when
Mhm.
people attack the Vast Apostate Hour. My guys, right? My friends. They're my
Mhm.
friends. And so it's like you poke me in the eye. But here's the thing, Donald Trump is the same way. So if they do have something on Donald Trump, they know that the moment that they say something, Donald Trump he's not even gonna put on the boxing gloves. He's just gonna come out punching. And they're afraid of they're afraid of that. And we saw that with the cancel culture. A lot of girls were trying to cancel you because of this, that. No, when the answer is whenever you know somebody's wrong and somebody's lying through their teeth, you need to punch them and knock them out with no remorse because they're liars. And Donald Trump is that kind of person.
Mhm.
And so if they are trying to hide something like and come out with it later, they're afraid that he's going to come back and bite them like a dog and maul them. And I feel the exact same way when people talk bad about the guys, the VAH. You know,
Mhm.
I'm willing to go down, fight, you know, the good fight. And so I have to apologize for
Mhm.
yelling and screaming, but you know, that's why. And I hope I hope I connected those two things.
You know what?
Mhm.
Hey, Gilbert, and that is a good point. My sister-in-law is running for our legislature, and they're attacking her. And so I've become vocal in my community, my little town, and I know that I've stuck my neck out. But I had to come to Jesus moment where I'm all alone and I'm thinking to myself, what did I do to defend my sister-in-law? They're over here trashing her with misogyny and a communist attack, and nobody's standing up.
Mhm.
And chivalry is not dead in 2024. Men have to stand up and say something.
Yeah.
Mhm. Okay, guys. Well, I have to end the show here. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
I'm really glad that you're back in Tampa. You
Oh,
know,
thanks, honey.
hopefully soon you'll be back in your own place. Have a
Yes.
good night, dear.
Good night.
I'm a gun throwing patriot. God being patriot. Pricing why they mad, cause I'm really Navy faking it. Free speech advocate, it's on my mind, I'm saying it. I'm about to buy another gun and ain't nobody taking it. Hood token patriot, God-bearing patriot. Pricing why they mad, cause I'm really Navy faking it. Free speech advocate, it's on my mind, I'm saying it. I'm about to buy another gun and ain't nobody taking it. Okay.
All red MAGA flags waving through the South like we just want 4 more years. Democrats can't get right. Trumping with that Yeezy flow. Don't go broke on Sleepy Joe. Make America great again.